Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order at 6:02. Could we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Could we get a roll call, please?
Mayor Lance.
Present.
Vice Mayor Wolter.
Here.
Councilmember Bagby. Councilmember Cruz. Councilmember Paula.
Here.
Thank you. Report out of closed session. Jose, can you? Thank you.
Mayor, the council considered a couple items under closed session today. Performance evaluation of both the city attorney and the city manager. No reportable action was taken.
Thank you, sir. B, public comments. Any person wishing to speak to the city council on any item not listed on the agenda may do so at this time. Members of the public have the right to speak on any item on the council agenda at the time the item comes up for consideration. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the city council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda. Per city council policy, 3 minutes are typically allotted to each speaker. Who's our first public comment? Ma'am, please step up and state your name for me. Jill, so we'll do the people in the room first, and then we'll go to the virtual, please. Go ahead.
Responsibilities and also participate in city business, city issues. I attended the Planning Commission last week, and the agenda is so large that it took a good 20 to 30 minutes on my slow computer to load, and I was wondering if you could do a separate sheet, a link for the Zoom link and the phone call, so that it would load really fast for people who are trying to get on the meeting. I don't know if you use the same Zoom information every time or not, but I love Zoom, so thank you. It's very hard to hear if you're not talking right in the microphone, so I'm straining to hear sometimes, and I was wondering if you've ever tried personal microphones that you wear so that it's always close to your mouth. I don't know if that's an option. So the reason I'm here is I haven't sat through an entire Planning Commission meeting before that I can remember, and I had some questions about the planning process. The environmental review was really focused on the capital expenditures, the new building, and I was curious if the environmental review is also supposed to take into consideration existing infrastructure, right? Maybe demolishing or repurposing a building that may not be useful anymore with the new project. So I don't know the scope of the environmental review. I'm also curious about a financial review. I know if I was going to have a business, and needed money, I would go to a bank, a traditional financial institution, and part of that, they would look at my business plan, and they would look to see if I have all the funds secured so that I can get into my new project and occupy it and complete it. And I'm wondering if the city has a financial review of projects to make sure that all the current market research has been done and that everything's in place to complete and occupy the project. When the architect showed the screen of the whole property 3 stories high and said this is what we could build, and also talked about wanting the buildings to be as close to the street as possible, and that was transit-oriented development, which a lot of work was put into that, and people came up with that, and I'm sure we have funds that are tied to transit-oriented development and a lot of strings attached. But all I could think of is when Luke Skywalker comes out of space and he's going to go for the Death Star, and there's walls on both sides, and it's cold, and I'm thinking, is that what we want when we saw those pictures? And I was wondering if we need more city resources, maybe another staff member to reopen the TOD and let citizens know what's in there, because I know when I'm driving downtown, I like to see the hills and the scenery and the open space.
Helen, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up a little bit because we're over the 3 minutes now, please.
That's fine.
Thank you.
How many seconds do I have?
Are you?
You're over 3 minutes at this point.
I'm over 3
I have a
minutes.
timer running right
Project
here.
that we're hearing tonight, that's the other question.
I'm sorry, what was that?
If this is regarding the public hearing, we're going to be listening to tonight, she should be speaking under the public.
I don't think it is at this
No, it's
point.
not.
This is the planning for this downtown at this point, I think.
I guess my final question is, can we as a town review the TOD, because circumstances have changed? This train's not here right now, and would it be?
So Helen, this
able
part of the
to-
comment does start to revert to another item on our
Okay.
agenda. What I would like to do is offer you the 3 minutes for this portion of it. When that item comes up, it'll actually give you more time to
And
talk
I
about.
have no opinion on the project on the agenda. I know nothing about it, I have no opinion. I'm just in general asking.
Okay,
Very, very general.
okay. Thank you so much. I
Thank you.
appreciate your comments. Anyone else in the audience? Yes, sir, please step up. Please state your name for me.
Matthew Hart? Okay. There was an article in the newspaper by David Kelly about the sheriff's department. David is comparing our little city to 2 other cities that are at least 3 times the size of Cloverdale. I did not see one single comment on the community page about sheriffs offering services for free. Did David or the city get a quote from the sheriff's office before submitting for this article? It's scaring our city into thinking we cannot afford the services. I think we put the cart before the horse here. I think David is afraid of losing control and power. This is more about the safety of our community. I'm asking for the city to agendize this matter and get an actual proposal of costs and services from the sheriff's department so we, the constituents, can see the costs, services offered. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the audience for public comment? Seeing none, Jill, please go ahead and pick through them and bring them up for me.
I see none at this point.
Yeah, I see none on the attendees list with hands up. Anyone in the audience virtually, if you have public comment, now's your time. Raise your hand on the screen. I'll wait a few more seconds. Okay. Oh, you have one. Just popped up.
I want to second what Matthew just said. I also read David's article, and I don't know if he was misinformed about what was put on the Community of Cloverdale page about people saying that it would be free to the city to have the sheriff's department take over for law enforcement duties, but that was never written, implied. It was just a lot of questions. It was just like an open thing, like, hey, this is a possibility. So, clear that up. And, I'm sorry, David, that you were misinformed about what was actually, written. Also, definitely, I think to kind of clear things up, the best thing to do is to agendize this item and for the city to ask for a proposal from the sheriff's department just to see what the actual cost would be for our community, not Windsor, not Sonoma, for Cloverdale. We have a unique situation here because we have all these little borders, right? You can't go across the bridge. Cloverdale PD can't do anything. But I'm telling you right now, I watch drug deals go down on the other side of the bridge on a weekly basis. As one car parks there, all these guys from the city, drive over from Cloverdale on their bikes with their backpacks, pick up their drugs, and they drive right back into Cloverdale. And right now, it's kind of like, who handles this? We only have, I think, 1 or 2 deputies that handle Cloverdale, so it's just kind of tricky. And with so many areas, even within the city, just so like right over, this block over, it's county. I just think it's just something that needs to be looked at. I don't think anybody needs to be threatened by it right now until the council agendizes it and makes it, just ask the sheriff's department for a proposal so that we can look at all our options. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne. I don't see any more hands virtually. Last chance for the public out here. All right, moving on. C, proclamations and presentations. Do we have anyone to do the student liaison report, David, since she's not going to be present? No? I don't know if she...
We don't hear from her,
Okay.
so she's not here.
Great. Next is the C2, proclamation declaring February 2022 Black History Month in Cloverdale. I'm going to read the proclamation, if you guys don't mind. Is it okay if I do it? Yes, all right. Marta, you okay with that one? Great. Proclamation of the City Council of the City of Cloverdale declaring February 2022 Black History Month in Cloverdale. Whereas, during Black History Month, we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to our economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development. Black History Month grew out of the establishment in 1926 of Negro History Week by Carter G. Woodson and the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, an organization dedicated to researching and promoting achievements by Black Americans and other peoples of African descent. The Association for the Study of African American Life and History, the group sponsored a National Negro History Week in 1926, choosing the second week of February to coincide with the birthdays of Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. The event inspired schools and communities nationwide to organize local celebrations, establish history clubs, and host performances and lectures, becoming a month-long celebration in 1976. Black History Month honors the contributions of African Americans to U.S. history. Among prominent figures are Madam C.J. Walker, who was the first U.S. woman to become a self-made millionaire, George Washington Carver, who derived nearly 300 products from the peanut, Rosa Parks, who sparked the Montgomery bus boycott and galvanized the civil rights movement, and Shirley Chisholm, who was the first African American woman elected to the U.S. House of Representatives. And the theme for Black History Month is 2022 is Black Health and Wellness. Issues pertaining to this theme range from the high maternal mortality rate among Black mothers to the generational wealth gap, to barriers to mental health, to housing. And whereas the observance of Black History Month calls our attention to the continued need to battle racism and build a society that lives up to its democratic ideals. The City of Cloverdale continues to work toward becoming an inclusive community in which all citizens, past, present, and future, are respected and recognized for their contributions and potential contributions to our community, the state, the country, and the world. Whereas the City of Cloverdale is proud to honor the history and contributions of African Americans in our community throughout our state and nation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Cloverdale does hereby declare February 22 as Black History Month in Cloverdale and encourages all citizens to celebrate our diverse heritage and culture and continue our efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all. So ordered, the Mayor. Councilmember Cruz was kind enough to find someone for us, local, to accept this proclamation. And I want to speak a little bit about her since I see where'd she go? She was on our screen. Is she not there anymore? Oh, you promoted her. Thank you. I was looking for her. Thank you. Lariva Miles is a Cloverdale resident. She's a local business owner of Sky Ranch Productions and Investments. She's an instructional assistant at Santa Rosa Junior College in the English Department Writing Center. She's a student success coach for Student Equity Department at the SRJC. She's a production tech for SRJC Media Services. She's a programming events manager for the CPAC, the Performance Arts Center that you're in now. The Fiddle Festival coordinator for the Historical Society. She's an events manager for Wells Fargo Center for the Arts here in Santa Rosa. And she's an events manager for the Paramount Theater in Oakland. She has several degrees. She is an amazing person, and I was lucky enough to meet her during the holiday festival, and I am glad that she is here to accept this. Lariva, if you don't mind, would you mind saying something?
Sure. This is Lariva Miles. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay, I'd just like to make a short statement. As a Black African-American citizen who has lived in Cloverdale for the past 15 years, I would like to thank the City Council of Cloverdale for this proclamation declaring February 2022 Black History Month in Cloverdale. This proclamation mentions the City of Cloverdale continues to work toward becoming an inclusive community in which all citizens, past, present, and future, are respected and recognized for their contributions and potential contributions to our community, the state, the country, and the world. It has been an honor to serve this community in the past as a board member of the Cloverdale Performing Arts Center, as its first front of house manager, and as a coordinator of the Fiddle Festival. I am presently a founding member of Black BLAC, or Black Leaders Association Collective, an advocacy organization for African American students, faculty, and employees at Santa Rosa Junior College, as well as a student and instructional assistant in the English Department Writing Center at the college. I'm also a member of the Druidist Circle number 81 Cloverdale and am proud to live in this wonderful town. I would like to thank all Cloverdalians who have welcomed me into this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Lariva. Councilmember Cruz, would you like to say anything?
Well, I share the joy of this moment and this proclamation. I also thank Lariva for being a very active and committed member of our community. And I look forward to continuing to work, especially with the school, as a diversity organization gets organized. So thank you very much. And I do appreciate this proclamation, given my roots as an Afro-descendant also. Thank you.
Councilmember Bagby? Councilmember Bagby, anything?
Nothing particular to add, but I just want to, appreciate Lariva for all she brings and contributes to this community. And yeah, this is a great reminder. And just to let everybody know too, that the Sonoma County Library has a wonderful book list of recommended texts for Black History Month for anybody who is interested in learning more. So I'm very appreciative of this proclamation and looking forward to celebrating this month.
Thank you. Councilmember Paula, anything?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to ditto what was said already without duplicating it, but I've had the pleasure of knowing and working with Lariva for many, many years, and she's very engaged, has always been engaged in the community, and has a lot of good things that she's offered, and thank you for that, Lariva.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lariva, we go back quite a few years, and I know we've had a lot of discussions on different topics, and I thank you for your input. And as always, my best to your dad. I hope he's doing well still. Thank you.
Thank you again. Okay, moving on to consent calendar.
Mayor, if I may add, relative to the consent calendar, I did receive a request from Councilmember Cruz to pull consent item D8. That's the restroom item. I'd want to seek Councilmember Cruz's confirmation that she still wants to pull that item.
Councilmember Cruz, would you like to pull D8? Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, and Mayor Lance, I do need to recuse myself from item D5. So handle that as you choose.
Absolutely, thank you. Councilmember Paul.
Any? Vice Mayor?
Good, thank you.
I'd like to pull D1. So let's see, we can handle it how you want. If you want to do them all at once, we can discuss them first, or we can go through it. Maybe 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 can be voted on right now if you'd like. If anyone wants to make a motion.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve the consent calendar with the exceptions of item D1, item D8.
And D5.
And C5.
D5, sorry.
D5.
I'll second that. I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, Vice Mayor Walter?
Aye.
Councilmember Paula?
Aye.
Councilmember Cruz? Councilmember Bagby?
Sorry, Jill, was D5 in that group? I couldn't quite hear.
D5 was not. D5's been pulled from the approval.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you. Mayor Lands?
Aye. Okay, Councilmember Cruz, if you want to do D8 first, if you don't mind.
Yes, I just want for us to vote on that one separately.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, can you repeat that?
Request an individual vote on that item.
Okay. We get a roll call for.
Self.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you.
Well, we haven't voted on the consent calendar that we just posted.
We just did. She did a full roll call on it. It just took a little longer than expected.
It's going around, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So now we just need a motion and a second on D8 as well.
On D8. Okay, well,
And if there are questions, and I don't know, to the city clerk, I know there was a question from Councilmember Bagby. Did you finish the roll call with Councilmember Paula for the consent calendar?
Yeah, so I started with him because he'd made the motion. So we've completed our vote
Perfect.
on
Just want to make sure for the
on
record.
all items except for D1, D5, and D8.
Thank you, Jill. Appreciate that. So now we have D8 if we like.
well, I'd like to know why it was pulled. I mean, there must be a concern or question or something on it, so is there going to be any discussion on it?
Councilmember Cruz, if you have any, please, I see your hand.
Mr. Mayor, I decided, I requested to have this item pulled because I do not want to vote in favor of this item. I did commented on this in the last meeting that I felt it was a waste of the staff resources and cost. And I would like to move that we vote on this independently.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer the resolution. Resolution of City Council, City of Cloverdale, amending, if I'm on the right one here, I got a little bit sidetracked, number 8.
Do we have a second?
Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah, amending the fiscal year 2021-22 budget and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Mo Engineering for a project management and to purchase prefabricated restroom facility.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
We have a roll call?
Councilmember Paula?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Walter?
Aye.
Councilmember Cruz? Councilmember Bagby? Aye. And Mayor Lands?
Aye. Councilmember Bagby, if you don't mind, I'll do D1 to get it out of the way, and then we can have you recuse. All right. So D1 is the resolution regarding the compliance for teleconference meetings. I feel at this point, Assembly Bill 361, we're not in an emergency status anymore, and I would love to have it in person. With this in place, if any of our technology goes down, we cannot have our meeting, and we have to suspend the meeting. So I would like to be able to have the meetings in person only at this point. Any other discussion on that?
Thank you. More or less a question for City Attorney. Jose, Mayor Lance is absolutely correct. If the system should go down now and we cannot Zoom this or stream it, we have to cancel the entire meeting. My question to you is, if we set this resolution in place now for the upcoming month, can we change it at the next meeting, or are we locked in for the entire 30 days?
No, you're able to change it or bring it back. If you decided as a council that you wanted to hold meetings differently, that's fine. This is just to make sure that we're able to hold these meetings with council members dialing in from, for example, from home without actually having to post our home as far as a place that they're calling from. So if you wanted to ever revisit it and bring back data, or if things are changing and you want to revisit it, you can.
You know, I hate to, you know, stop this, I'm sorry. I hate to actually stop what we're doing now. I know Councilmember Cruz and Councilmember Bagby have been Zooming in from home, and I'm sure that they have their particular reasons why, and I'd like to see them be able to continue that. So I kind of like the idea of taking it on a month-to-month basis. So I would just like to hear from them if there's a hardship for them to get to the city council meetings.
Councilmember Cruz, I see your hand up.
Yes, I am concerned about this because I have developed a health condition that keeps me from being able to be present in the council, but that does not keep me, it keeps me physically from being in the council, but I continue to prepare and to work. So I want to have the option to be able to do the meetings from my home.
Thank you.
Clarification on one thing from you, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
I know I've brought this up in the past, and I've just never really got the full clarification. If we don't have AB 361, but we still allow Zoom, if Zoom goes down and it's not part of our teleconferencing packet, it's just an option for people to be there to view, or however they want to handle it, would we still have to stop the meetings even though we don't have this in place? And that could, do you get what I'm saying?
No, and your question is, if, let's say, we're not doing AB 361, we're not doing the protocols of AB 361, meaning all council members are here present, we're not posting the agenda saying that council members may be joining from another location, and we do Zoom, and Zoom goes down, are we able to continue with the meeting? So if you're not conducting the meeting pursuant to AB 361, it's agendized just for in-person and Zoom, technically it wouldn't fall under that section. So you continue with your meeting. Now the only downside to that is many people may have decided to join through Zoom, and we wouldn't be able to provide them that same access. But
Right.
that's just a consideration.
And so that, just so I know, if Councilmember Cruz is at home and it goes down, we could still continue the meeting in person at that point. I'm just really trying to understand it because I don't know.
And just for clarity, the AB 361 is really, it's about the pandemic, right? It's about the emergency which relates to the pandemic, and it has the ability for council members not to be here and be able to Zoom in. That way, they're also protected from, let's say, the pandemic or from catching COVID, which is really what we're talking about. If you have a council member at home, you're really doing the provisions under AB 361, because unless they're posting their home and opening that up to the public. If they post their home and open it up to the public, then really that's why the whole AB 361 happened, right? So you don't have to do that, so you don't have to have people in your house, because you would have to open those doors up.
Thank you. Councilmember Paula, any comments?
No, at this point, I think the pandemic's still there. There's still the threat, and so I'm not comfortable, requiring people that are uncomfortable to have to come in. So I hear what you're saying, and I certainly agree. It's a concern, but with that, I still think we want to allow access by as many people as we can. Thank you.
Okay. So then with that, do we have a motion for?
Bagby.
Councilmember Bagby, did you want to, I'm sorry, I couldn't see your hand there. Go ahead. No?
No?
Okay.
Okay.
No, I'm ready to go to a vote.
You want to make a motion?
Since you're live?
Motion that we approve D1.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely. We have a second?
Yes.
Before we go to roll call, is there any public comment on this item? Please come forward.
Cordova. I think that, courts have resumed. Most of the businesses in this county have resumed. I think that hiding behind Zoom is ridiculous. If you're vaccinated, you shouldn't be worried. I don't know for sure, but I believe the city mandated vaccinations on their employees, wear a mask. I think that this is ridiculous. There is a concern that if the Zoom does go down and they're trying to make a motion and then we can't hear them or they get lost, then where does that suspend the meeting? So I think that those two should be here, especially if Martha Cruz is visiting St. Helena often.
Thank you, Angela. Any other public comments? One more, please step up.
Hello, Ashley White. I just want to emphasize the frustration being on Zoom as someone watching and viewing the meeting. It is really hard with people on Zoom and people in person. And coming from my own experience in meetings, it is most effective when all members are present. So I just want you guys to all take that into consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Seeing no others and no hands in the virtual world, could we get a roll call, please?
Yes, so I heard motion by Councilmember Bagby and a second by Vice Mayor Walter. Councilmember Bagby? Aye. Vice Mayor Walter?
I just want to make sure I'm voting properly on this one. Continue remote, aye. Yes.
Councilmember Paula?
Aye.
Councilmember Cruz? Is that an aye? I couldn't hear you.
She's muted.
Thank you. Mayor Lands?
Nay.
So just for clarification, this will come back each month, so we can revisit it when the health officer removes some mandates on us. We can reconsider this at the next, in a month, right?
That is correct. You'll have this every 30 days. It'll be on your agenda, and that's pursuant to the law as well. We need to keep bringing it back. That's why you keep seeing it on your agenda.
Right, and I do know the health officer is looking at reducing some of the requirements, so thank you.
Councilmember Bagby, this one's going to be yours. If I could ask you to recuse yourself.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Cruz.
Yes, I would like to make a statement, if it's possible, regarding my residence.
Sure.
I have been accused of not being a Cloverdale resident by very many people, including Ms. Cordova. And that shouldn't have to be an issue. I am a resident of Cloverdale. Just because my spouse works elsewhere, like many spouses of people in Cloverdale, doesn't mean that I am not in Cloverdale. So for the record, and Jose, advise if anything is necessary here, I am a resident of Cloverdale, and I am not violating any laws or rules within the power that I have as council member. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cruz.
Councilmember Bagby, could I ask you to maybe just turn off your screen and recuse yourself on this one for me?
Sure.
Thank you. So D5, funding agreement with the Cloverdale Multipurpose Center.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make that motion by title only, funding agreement with the Cloverdale Multipurpose Center.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to second that.
Thank you. Could we get a roll call?
Thank you. Vice Mayor Walter?
Aye.
Councilmember Paula?
Aye.
Councilmember Cruz? Mayor Lands?
Aye.
And Councilmember Bagby is recused.
Is recused.
And Mayor, just for the record, Councilmember Bagby did recuse herself because she's done some business for the senior center. That's why she's been recusing herself from those items.
Thank you, sir. All right, E, communications.
Mayor, no communications for items not on the agenda. There was a number of communications pertaining to the public hearing that were provided to the city after posting of the agenda. Those were subsequently added to the council agenda packet. And I believe we'll hear from various speakers that submitted written comments tonight during the public hearing.
Thank you, sir. Okay, moving on to F, public hearing. F1, appeal of Planning Commission approval of a major design review, lot line adjustment, and plot plan review for the Alexander Valley Apartments Affordable Housing Project located at 400 Asti Road. Before we get into this, I want to read a quick statement. It has been brought to my attention the property owner has filed a complaint against me regarding the proposed housing project. The complaint quoted me as saying, "I will do whatever I can to kill this project." This complaint is untrue. I contacted the owner early in the design to discuss the history of his property, what his original intentions were, and to see if he was interested in doing anything different with his property, such as he had designed in the past. I expressed to the owner that this project was well designed and beautiful, but I had a concern of safety due to the location, and the owner expressed that he would like to work with the city, but had already accepted contract with that developer. I told him if anything ever changed, I would be willing to work with him. The conversation was positive and friendly. I have been to two planning commission meetings when this was on the agenda. I have spoken with the developer when they asked to speak with me. I've spoken with the housing nonprofits regarding housing in Cloverdale, and I have spoken with the neighbors when they requested to. I have spoken with the county and state representatives to try and find solutions for all the safety issues. Never once did I make a decision on how I would vote on this project. I am a supporter and believer in affordable housing and growth is needed. The information the press received and printed was only shared amongst the council, city attorney, and city manager, so I don't know how they got it. There have been multiple articles written in the press about me with quotes and inflammatory statements by certain other council members. None of these council members spoke to me or asked me if there was any truth to the accusations, which is frustrating at the least. They have made other disrespectful accusations in the press and have had enough of the mudslinging. I am always open and willing to talk. Let's sit down and hash out whatever you don't like about me so we can move forward. Cloverdale deserves better than this. I ran for this position because I want what's best for Cloverdale. I was overwhelmingly had more support than any other candidate when I ran. Trying to create stories and making something out of nothing in the press to make me look bad only creates division, frustration, and anger. It keeps us from being successful as a council and hurts our city. Once again, the accusations that were said about me are false. However, in the best interest of Cloverdale, due to the financial burden because of lawsuits, coupled with bad press, me being here will only make this worse. So for those reasons, and only those reasons, I am going to recuse myself from this agenda item. Vice Mayor, if you can, let me know when I can come back.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for taking that step. I know it's very difficult. Joe, let's please have the records reflect that the mayor has removed himself from the dais and the vice mayor is conducting this portion of the meeting.
Thank you.
And this F7, it's an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a major design review, lot line adjustment, and plot plan. And I believe Kevin, our Assistant City Manager, is going to be conducting this item. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. So if you want to go ahead and give your report, that would be great.
But Vice Mayor Walter and members of the audience and those listening in via Zoom, I just want to first ask our city clerk to allow and the representatives for the both the if there's any members of the appellant team, but also members of the development team that are going to speak to their project. What we're going to recommend tonight is that we start with opening remarks by our Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director to provide an overview of the proposed project, basically as set forth in the agenda report that's included in the packet. There will be a PowerPoint presentation focusing on the design amendments that were generated by the Planning Commission. Following that presentation, we are going to ask the development team to provide a presentation overview of their project. We would like to then provide the opportunity for the appellants to provide an outline and presentation regarding the reasons for the appeal hearing tonight. Following that discussion, item F2 is to review or discuss options for improving pedestrian safety on Austin Road. We'd like to at least give council at least an overview of some of the items that we're currently discussing and reviewing regarding pedestrian safety and improvements on Austin Road, so that you can give us clear direction in terms of returning on that item. So with that said, I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to our Assistant City Manager. I do also want to take this opportunity to introduce a member of our City Attorney team, Alex Mogg. Alex is one of the housing specialists, or one of our attorneys that specializes in housing law, and he is here tonight and is joining our City Attorney, Jose Sanchez. And we will also ask Alex and both our City Attorney to weigh in on some of the legal elements relative to the appeal this evening. So with that said, I'll turn it over to our Assistant City Manager, Kevin Thompson. Kevin?
Thanks, David. Vice Mayor and Council. So my goal here really is to give you a background and give you pertinent information about the project, kind of go through the steps of how we got here, and then provide a recommendation. So I'll just start out with, the project does propose the construction of 75 affordable units, improvements, amenities on a 3.43 acre site at 400 Austin Road. Site is zoned transit-oriented development, or we like to call it TOD. Multifamily uses are allowed by right in that zoning district. So I just want to clarify what that means by right. That means that when the zoning ordinance was adopted and that zoning was put into creation, it was determined that multifamily was an appropriate use on that site. And just by way of example, some things that we do with planning require a use permit. So that's a project that would require a use permit would be more discretion by the Planning Commission or the council to determine if that use was appropriate, and there could be conditions put on that use. But given that this is by right, we're really just looking at design. So the project required a major design review and plot plan review, as David indicated. So our focus tonight is on the design. The design comments really should be objective and measurable and verifiable, and really with not a lot of gray areas or open to interpretation. And we can go into more detail on that if you'd like. Project did qualify for a Class 32 CEQA exemption, and there's a detailed analysis provided by the applicant in Attachment 5 that really justifies and talks about that CEQA exemption. Also, because the project is 100% affordable, the state density bonus laws do apply. The project is entitled to receive what we call concessions from city standards, and we're going to talk a little bit about those. So going on to the concessions, the project has requested, well, it's really is entitled to 3 concessions, one of which is a reduction in the private open space. So we do have a requirement in our zoning code for 60 square feet of private open space per unit. This project's not making that standard. The one bedrooms will have, I would like to say also that every unit does have private open space. They're just not meeting the 60. The one bedrooms have 45 square feet, and the 2-bedroom units have 54 square feet. Project does, however, meet the public open space requirement, which would be the open space required on the site. The second concession that is being sought, or is the reduction in the, elimination of the covered parking requirement. Our zoning code does require certain parking spaces be covered per unit, And then the third concession is a reduction in the overall parking from what the zoning code would require, 193 to 99 parking spaces.
What was that again, Kevin, please?
193 to 99, and then I can go through what the zoning code requires in terms of zoning if you want to break it down by unit size.
Well, just the covered, can you go over that requirement as well? You said it wasn't meeting it.
There's no covered parking being proposed. There's a couple of reasons listed by the applicant. One had related to the fire district's ability to maneuver the ladder around the parking lot and that being in the way. And then, of course, size, the amount of room that it would take, and then the actual coverage and the cost. So I'll come back to you on the total amount
Okay.
that's covered. So moving on to the project's entitlement history. As we stated before, the project has been before the Planning Commission twice, once in November and then in January. Ultimately, the project was approved by the Planning Commission on a 3-2 vote on January 11th. The Planning Commission did provide comments regarding the project, which the applicant took in and actually made some changes as a result of those. Those really related to the appearance, the safety issues about the project, and the comfort of the applicants. I think in the applicant's PowerPoint, they're going to go into more detail, but I'll just briefly talk about what those are. There was more trees requested on the front to soften the facade. Additional fencing and lighting was added. A lit crosswalk that will lead from the applicant's sidewalk, the newly installed sidewalk, to the existing sidewalk on Oste Road, on the west side of Oste Road. There's a length of sidewalk there. There was a change in the windows for Building A to require better fire and sound rated windows. And there was also some amendments done to the recreational area, eliminating the bocce in favor of more kid-type activity play areas. So those changes were made as a result of the Planning Commission's comments, and with that, the Planning Commission did approve the project. On January 20th, within the 10-day time period, there was an appeal filed. The appeal cites environmental impact analysis, unaddressed public safety, pedestrian and other related impacts. So in summary, the project has been before the Planning Commission twice, as I mentioned. They did make the appropriate findings to approve the project on a 3-2 vote. An appeal was filed. And this is really an opportunity for the council tonight to take a look at the project's design and offer design comments. We do have a recommendation tonight that the council adopt a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission approval of a major design review, lot line adjustment, plot plan for the Alexander Valley Apartments located at 400 Oste Road. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Lauren and her team. And Jill, I don't know if you can put their PowerPoint. Oh, no, Lauren's, if you can allow Lauren to share screen.
And Kevin, before we do so, let's provide the opportunity to our city attorney team to provide a perspective to council on a couple of the legal aspects of the project, particularly around the density bonus law and the Housing Accountability Act. So Alex, if you wouldn't mind share with council, some of the legal issues pertaining to those two acts.
David. And good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. Kevin mentioned this briefly in his presentation, but as I'm sure you're aware, the state legislature has enacted a few housing laws in recent years that have really limited cities' authority and discretion regarding housing projects and especially affordable housing projects. In the first major law that is relevant is the Housing Accountability Act, and that law provides that when a project meets all of a city's objective standards, adopted objective standards, a city is prohibited from denying it or from decreasing the number of units in the project. The other law that is relevant is the density bonus law, and that allows projects that provide a certain amount of affordable housing to have a density bonus, meaning they can provide more units than are otherwise allowed under the city's zoning code. So In this case, the applicant is using a density bonus to go a few units more than, I think it's 9% more than what the TOD zoning would otherwise allow. In the density bonus law also entitles affordable housing project to have a certain number of concessions based on how affordable the project is. The more affordable it is, the more concessions they're entitled to. And as Kevin mentioned, a project can use its concessions to waive and get out of complying with any development standard that it chooses. And both the Housing Accountability Act and the density bonus law provide that these laws don't apply in a very narrow circumstance, and that is if the city council finds, based on a preponderance of the evidence, that it would cause either the concession or the project would cause a specific adverse impact on public health or safety, and there's no feasible method to mitigate or avoid that impact. And the law has a definition of what a specific adverse impact on public health is, and that definition is a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. And so that just provides the council with a general overview of what those laws are that staff took into mind while it was processing the application.
Jose?
If I may, Vice Mayor and Kevin, maybe a good idea, again, to just, I know you did a great job presenting where we are, but just to recap, really what's before the council is an appeal of a certain entitlement. And the entitlement really is the major design review, correct? And under the zoning code, only certain things are looked at in the design, as far as looking at major design review. What criteria, maybe Kevin, if you could just review that with just the council and the public one more time about just what are you looking at when you're looking at this project. The laws that Mr. Mogg just covered really are covering kind of a backdrop of when this project was kind of came to the design review stage, what are the laws that staff had to look at in order to determine, whether it was density and the concessions, or as far as for the units, and then also the concessions that they asked for pursuant to the law. But the reality is right now we're looking at a design review, correct?
Correct. We do have design standards that we compared the project to. We made, in the Planning Commission report, you can see that was also one of the attachments, a more detailed analysis of how the project met the design standards, things like setbacks, heights. Now, admittedly, there may be some things in our design standards that don't meet the objective standard, which is a new law that has come into effect that Alex had mentioned. Things like, I don't particularly like the color or vague design standards that really aren't quantifiable, and that's something that you could pinpoint. But we did our best, and we used our design standards to compare the project to that, and it did meet all the criteria found in our design standards. Also, Vice Mayor, I'd like to point out that of the 193 parking spaces that would have been required, 75 of those would have been required to be covered. So I don't know if that answers. Yeah.
Thank you. Jose, anything else on your end? Kevin, anything? David?
Vice Mayor, at this time, the suggestion by staff is to allow the applicants, the parties that have filed the request for entitlements to provide a presentation to council highlighting various elements of the project.
Okay, and then we'll hear about the appeal outline.
That's correct,
Okay.
Vice Mayor. Our recommendation would be following the presentation, but by the development team, we hear by the appealants. They are represented There is a packet submitted by Mr. Ron Daring, the attorney for the appellants, and he also has a presentation and overview that regarding the appeal that he'd like to present to the council as part of their deliberations this evening.
Okay, thank you. Kevin?
Jill, could you bring in Chris Butcher and Douglas Gibson, and court is present here. Yes, please. Chris Butcher and Douglas Gibson. Lauren, I don't know if you can share your screen.
I can, yes.
Okay.
You all ready for me to do that?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. Can you all see that on your screen there?
Looks fine.
Okay. Hello, everybody on the City Council. Good to see you. My intention here is to give you a sort of overview of the two different presentations that we gave to the Planning Commission, and just to fill in a little bit more detail than Kevin gave. And then our team that's here today is our architect of record, who's Doug Gibson, and our project attorney is Chris Butcher. They're both on Zoom. And then Court Munsell is our civil engineer, and he's actually present in the audience with you. So they're available for questions, which we can take throughout the presentation or at the end. Let's see. So first, just a little bit about the developer. I work as an outside representative to the Pacific Companies, which is a group of vertically integrated. And then Court Munsell is our civil engineer, and he's actually present in the audience with you. So they're available for questions that specialize in affordable housing. They've developed about 6,000 units, completed development of about 6,000 units in the Western US, and 75% or so of those are in California. A couple of questions that I usually get about affordable housing from people who aren't familiar with it are specific to this company, is that we own our projects, our developments, for at least 15 years after they're developed. And while we don't have an in-house management company, we hire local management firms that work with our compliance team. And we do that specifically because local management firms are always better at knowing the community and how to lease the projects. And another thing that is usually asked at some point is how the project is leased up, who gets to live there, who are the tenants. We always lease our projects first to those who live and or work already in the community that we're building in, with the idea of keeping people where they are, not adding to traffic, and just getting better housing for the people who already work in a community. So that's a little bit about us. I think most of you know where the project is, but here's a map. The project site is just south of Lake Street. It's about a walking mile from downtown. This is the site plan, and if you'd like, I can zoom in a little bit on this because it's a smaller image. The project site was proposed to have 3 separate buildings on it. Building A is parallel along Askey Road there, and then buildings B and C are at the back of the site. In total, it's 75 units. Building A would have 38 of those units, and the remainder would be a balance between buildings B and C. And then as you can see on the north edge of building C, it's labeled community there. That is the community clubhouse for the project. I'm going to go through a couple of photos. I don't know all of your backgrounds, and looking at plans. I'm not an architect, so these really help me. We have these colored renderings done. These aren't exact, but they're they're pretty good kind of demonstration of what the project would look like completed with the colors and materials. And it's just to help get a sense of what the project would look like at the end. This is a view from Asti Road looking south to north at the most southern corner of the site. There, as you can see in the bottom right corner, and I think most of you know because you've walked by this property enough, there's quite a bit of existing vegetation that runs along that Asti Road southern corner along Railroad Avenue, which is a private road. And a lot of that's going to be preserved. So that's what you're seeing in the bottom right corner of that rendering there. Here's an actual Google Maps photo that shows you what trees still exist there, and we're preserving as much of that as we can. It's a nice natural screening to the site. This is a view from the opposite side along Asti Road, so going north to south of Building A, should be residences. And as you can see, one of the aspects of the project is to add a sidewalk along the frontage for pedestrian travel. This is an aerial view of what the project would look like, again, going from north to south. You can see Building A there is parallel along Asti Road, and then Building B is parallel to Railroad Avenue, and Building C is in the center. And you can see that we have, this is just a good view of the two access points of the project. So we've got one to the north, just south of Lake Street, and then one at the southern edge of the property. This slide summarizes the TOD zoning district design standards. And I'll give you guys a moment to look at this. I don't know how familiar you are. That rendering there is a view of the inner courtyard of the project. So sort of sandwiched between buildings B and C, where we have our community features like a tot lot, a turf play area, an outdoor exercise equipment area, barbecue and pergola area, and some community gardens. This slide shows an elevation of the buildings in color, and then sometimes this doesn't show up as well on Zoom, but there are some little samples here of the different materials that would be used on the buildings throughout the project, so that the Planning Commission could have an idea of what the design materials would be. And this is what the buildings would look like, elevation standpoint. This is another view of the inner courtyard area where the community spaces would be located. You'll see in the bottom left corner of the slide, LEED. This project will be LEED Platinum certified. This is a requirement that the project has to meet to acquire the funding, one of the two funding sources that we are competing for. One of those is the USDA 514 and 516 loans, which are for farm worker housing. So about half of the project would be, it's 48 units, would be for farm workers and their families. And the other remaining units would be for any families that meet the qualifying income ranges, which for the whole project are between 30 and 60% of the area median income. And I'm happy to take questions about this at the end if that's all new to you. Okay. Here's another view of the project just to give you an idea of what it would look like. That building there in the center that you see with the awning overhead is the leasing building. So that would be one of the first things, manager's office, one of the first things that prospective tenants and tenants would see when they drive through into the project. Here's a layout of the community clubhouse. This is the northern edge of Building C. So you can get an idea of what amenities will be available to the community members when they live here. There's a laundry room on site, a fitness center, a community kitchen, and community space that can be used for, you know, family gatherings, barbecues, birthday parties, that kind of thing. Restrooms, and that's also where mail will be located. That was the one I missed. Okay. So I'll pause there. So the next part of the presentation is to go through the different comments that were made by Planning Commission at the first meeting that we had and how we addressed them for the second meeting. But I can pause here and take questions about the project overall if you guys have them.
Well, thank you, Lauren, and I am going to open it up to
Council members to see if they have any questions for you at this point. I know I have several that I've written down. So, council members, who would like to go first with some questions? Councilmember Paula, please.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Councilmember Bagby, questions on the design? Councilmember Cruz? Okay, well, I have a couple, Lauren, maybe you can share with me. The tot lot, I missed what that square footage is going to be. What size tot lot is that going to be? And what do you consider a tot? Where do the 10, 12-year-olds play?
Oh, I see the ages that it's aimed at. I'll let Doug jump in if he has more detail on this, but I believe that this is what you would probably consider for kids under the age of 10. I mean, anybody could play on it, but that's probably what this is aimed at. And I don't know the square footage of it. Do you have that handy, Doug?
I just kind of want to get a feel.
How many it will accommodate?
Time. Sorry.
And while he's getting that information, you can talk to us about trash receptacles.
Any in those pictures. And I hope that they're not going to take up any of the 99 parking spots.
No, those are separate. Let's see if I can find a good image of those for you. So I'm going to zoom in on this and see if you can see this here. Okay, here are, oh, of course it's going to be filled in. That is the location of the trash enclosures. You see that there?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the trash containers.
Yeah, and they'll be screened as well. What was that?
Is that for all 75 units, just one?
Mm-hmm. This is a standard size trash enclosure for the size of the development.
And what's your definition
of a farm worker? Is that anyone that works in the agricultural business, like somebody that works for the lumber mills here in Cloverdale?
So the definition is not ours. It comes from the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, and they define a farm worker, a tenant that would qualify for a farm worker unit would be a household that at least 50% of the income comes from agricultural work. So that means that you could have a family, one spouse works on a vineyard or works for, winery packing up grapes, touches basically the definition, and it's sort of loosey-goosey, unfortunately, but they have to touch the produce. They have to touch the agricultural product in some form or fashion.
And then just, lastly, are the parking spots going to be permitted? Is each apartment going to get their own individual parking spot?
Oh, are the parking spots going to be assigned? So you're asking? No, they will not be. Well, I'll say that it isn't our standard to assign uncovered parking spaces. Of course, that can always change if the management company, once it's leased up, feels like it would benefit the community to do so.
And then just one more, and then I'll go back to the council members again. But, you know, I have a big pet peeve about developments in Cloverdale, and it has to do with the water backflows from the fire district that they request. Kevin, am I calling those the proper things? Those big humongous pipes with the valves?
Yeah, the backflow prevention device.
Yeah, you know, if you go look at the Dollar General, it's right in front of the store. It's the focal point of their landscaping. If you go look at at the Cherry Creek facility that we just built, it's right there in front. And it doesn't have to be. You know, the fire district has moved theirs over to the side, the north side of their property. The Historical Society, they had it right in front, and they asked, and it was moved up along the fence line, again, on the north side of their property. So when you do that design for that backflush, you know, it might be nice if you kind of hid it somewhere or made it so that it wasn't the predominant statue in the middle of your landscaping.
Just something that you want. Council members, anything else? Councilmember Cruz, I see you have your hand up. Councilmember Cruz, did you want to say something?
Yes, good evening, Lauren. Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to also ask about the trash disposal, because there are new requirements for complex to comply with 1383 and recycling and composting. So I just wanted to make sure that this is that we have the ability in this particular area to have the different requirements, required bins for disposal. Also, I have seen in some other complexes in town that some of the trash bins are also within areas of the building, and that has worked very well too. So I was wondering if there was any consideration during this whole planning about perhaps including some of the garbage disposal within the buildings.
Okay. I will let Court, who's there in the audience, address the first question from a local standpoint. There will be room in the trash enclosures for trash and recycling, and I think what you're referring to is the new Sonoma County ordinance about compost.
Correct. Well, it's a state.
Okay.
It's a state ordinance.
Is it state? Okay.
Yeah.
So while Court goes up to the microphone, I'll go back and answer the question about the tot lot. It's for some reason our architect we couldn't hear him, but he was trying to answer. The tot lot is for kids 2 to 8 years of age. And the main financing source that we're planning to use for this development is the tax credit system, state tax credit system. And they require about 1,200 square feet for tot lots. And I think ours is planned at 1,340 right now. That answers your question.
Council members, any questions at this point? No?
Vice Mayor, I just wanted to point out for those who may be listening in via Zoom or on YouTube that the attachment to the agenda report does include a site plan. It has a lot of detail and information on it. So it is available to the public if anybody would like to review that. It's pretty consistent with what's being shown on the screen here at the Performing Arts Center. But for those who are viewing this meeting via the computer, you can really zoom in and see a lot of the details of the project. Just pointing out that it's available in the agenda packet.
Okay, thank you. Kevin, I'm going to turn it back to you for the next step.
Kurt's up there.
I think Court was
Court.
Court, I'm sorry.
Court Munsell Civil Engineering. Just to address the questions that came up, there are actually two trash enclosures, one that was circled originally and then one on the southern side of the property near the southern entrance and close to the bioretention area. Certainly, they will meet the state requirements for composting as well as recycling and trash. And then to answer your question about double detector check valve, that is located on the northern entrance. It is right at the entry. Happy to move it. Typically, they want it because it transitions from public to private right at that location. So it's usually right at the front because that's where public right-of-way and access is. Fire department wants to move it further into the property. There's opportunity there. We just need to hear from them that's going to be acceptable.
I'm not saying you're going to be able to do it, but I know they do approve those requests, so. Anything else, Court, that you want to share with us?
Nope, unless there's any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Lauren, I think, has a little bit more. She wants to talk about the Planning Commission comments and what they did in response to those. So, Lauren, you want to finish up?
Sure. Just get back to the slides here. All right, so there were 6 comments in total that were made at the first Planning Commission meeting that we addressed and then presented at our second hearing. The first was a request for more trees along Asti Road primarily to block the view of Building A from the freeway. So as you can see here on the left side of the slide, circled in red, were additional trees that we put on the landscape plan. One more screening. The second comment that was made was it ended up sort of being summarized by try to fence the entire property. The way that this property is laid out is there's some natural barriers to the property lines because of vegetation and hillside. So what we did is we proposed fencing along the parts of the property line that don't have those sort of natural barriers. So you can see a main portion there along Asti Road. There would be a 4-foot wrought iron fence. I'll come back to that measurement later. And then in the back corner of the property, there were some concerns from the commission about tenants trying to access the river by going through that little back corner to Railroad Avenue. So we added a 6-foot wrought iron fence in that southeast corner and along the eastern property line there where there's no hillside. There was some concern that got brought up about security lighting in that back southeast corner. It's just a dark area, so we added additional lighting there. Kevin mentioned this in his presentation, but there was also a request for adding some soundproofing to the front of Building A as it runs along Asti Road, which is quite close to the freeway. We added some higher rated sound control windows to the whole frontage. The request was to add, soundproofing windows to the 3rd floor, but we just added it to the entire face. There were some more general comments about just adding more space for children to play. We had originally proposed a bocce ball court here, and we removed that. We increased free play space by adding a turf area, and then we also put in an outdoor fitness equipment area that can be used by adults, teenagers, kids will play on it, I'm sure, just to try to better suit the who we expect our tenants to be. And then there was extensive conversation in the Planning Commission hearings about pedestrian safety along Asti Road, given the existing conditions. And we, in addition to the frontage improvements that we're doing along the project and adding the sidewalk we proposed that what we do is we add in a crosswalk that runs from the north edge of our property, right about at Lake Street, across to the west side of Asti Road, where there's an existing city sidewalk that connects our new sidewalk on the other side. And we consulted with a traffic consultant on the best method to do this, given the area and the type of project. They suggested that we use the wide striping that you're used to seeing on a crosswalk that makes it really visible, flashing beacons, and a crosswalk sign. So we proposed that to the staff. They thought that that was acceptable, and then this was what we brought to our second Planning Commission hearing. And that, I mean, that's it for now, unless you guys have other questions that you want to ask.
How about the concerns that the Planning Commission brought up that were not addressed? Do you have any of those that you can share with us?
These 6 comments were the ones that were put on the record as the request from the Planning Commission for the applicant to address.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Paula, did you have something to add?
Well, just a couple of quick comments on this. The first one is on the trees on Asti Road. I would ask, has the city arborist taken a look at the type of tree? And hopefully they'll include some type of root guard, because we've had a lot of damage along the downtown core with tree roots that have damaged sidewalks and at blacktop. So I think it's important that the city arborists at least look and make recommendations on the type of trees. I think the tree is a good idea, but I just want to make sure they're the right type. That was one comment. The second one I'd like to make is thank you on the presentation. I appreciate the crosswalk tying into the at the north end of the complex. But I also think, and again, this may not be something we can condition, but I really think it should be a crosswalk installed at the south end as well, across Asti Road. And it should also be illuminated with flashing lights, be triggered for pedestrian crossing. And I say that because children that are going to school, Washington School, are not going to walk down north to First Street, cut across, and then walk back up to get up to Citrus Fair again to go to Washington School. They're going to walk up, they're going to go south to Citrus Fair and cross there. So I know a lot of this is things we're going to be looking at as a city to make it safer, but I do think it's important to recognize that the children are not going to walk all the way down First Street to cross. So we're going to have to prepare for that. So I'd like you to at least maybe comment on that, if you could. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part. Did you say you want me to comment on that?
Well, the concern being that children going to
Washington School from the complex will walk across into the dirt area, across Asti, and walk, they'll be walking south to Citrus Fair and down that route where there's no sidewalks, no crosswalk up there. And so I think 2 crosswalks, one at the north end of the complex and one at the south end of the complex would make sense. Because there's 2 major thoroughfares, one being at Citrus Fair that a lot of people are going to be walking or riding bikes towards, and one going downtown core, which would be on First Street.
Okay. Well, I'll go back to your comment about the trees. It's a standard design for our landscape to include root guards, so that will be there. As for children going to school, I can't presume to know how families will choose to get their children to school. If it's okay, Kevin, I'll just share that we've gone back and forth quite a bit with the city staff about pedestrian safety in general and the infrastructure on this side of town. We're going to be the first major development over there, and we understand that. The crosswalk that we proposed specifically was done because it connects an existing sidewalk to a new sidewalk that will be there. Don't believe that there's one south of the project at the moment, so there wouldn't be anything to connect to. What I would say is we've had an open dialogue with Kevin about supporting the city's efforts to improve infrastructure on this side of town by supporting in efforts with grants and loans and things like that. There are many different sources of funding that can be sought after when they're tied to a project like this. So insofar as the city decides they would like to compete for those, we will be in full support and help get those grants to the best of our ability.
Councilmember Bagby and then Councilmember Cruz, please.
Yeah, I have to say, I walk this area pretty regularly, and I have to disagree with Councilmember Paula because he doesn't live in this neighborhood. The kids in my neighborhood who live off of East First Street, they walk west on First Street and hang a left on Washington, and they're at Washington School. That is the preferred route. That's going to be the shortest route, and that's actually going to be the route where kids spend the least amount of time on Cloverdale Boulevard. Which is not perfect either. So I'm not saying that there, isn't a necessity to, to do redevelopment and improvement on Asti Road and to consider a crosswalk to the south of the complex at Citrus Fair Boulevard. But if the main concern is kids walking to Washington School or the elementary school, they're going to be walking up First Street, hanging a left on Washington Street and being right at school, or hanging a right on Cloverdale Boulevard and walking to the elementary school. So, that's the preferred route from the nearby neighborhood.
Thank you, Councilmember Bagby. Councilmember Cruz, please.
Yes, regarding trees, I would like to hear from the developer. What are the restrictions that you have in terms of how many trees can be around buildings? Because I think there is also a fire safety issue in terms of how many trees can be around buildings.
I was just chuckling because we had this conversation just a little bit earlier today. I don't believe our architect is able to get audio. I'll check with him. I'll give him a minute to try to sort that through. What I can say is we will definitely be planting trees the distance away from buildings as is required by fire code. These frontage trees along Asti Road were not previously proposed and were added at the Planning Commission's request. And they would be the trees that are the, at least in bulk, the closest to the building A here. We're also at a point in the design phase. I'll say that while these drawings look like they have a lot of detail to them, there's a lot more details still to be added in terms of exactly where trees are going to be planted and the distance between them and buildings, them and sidewalk. So there's still more to come. What I can say is we'll definitely need fire code.
Thank you, because that might not necessarily match the people's request, and it's because of safety. And Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may ask for Councilmember Bagby to expand on what is the safe streets and routes, perhaps for the public, you're more familiar with that?
I mean, I don't really have anything to add. I live in this neighborhood and have walked plenty of kids to either the elementary school or the middle school. And I just know that from the families immediately around here, the preferred and the quickest route is First Street to Washington. It's a straight shot.
No,
Sorry.
I was referring to the plans for safe routes to school. I think you mentioned that in one of your emails.
I'm not so sure, Councilmember Cruz, that this is the time to discuss that.
No, I
Just-
don't think so. No,
Yeah.
I don't think I mentioned anything about safe routes to school.
Okay.
I think when we talk about possible mitigation
methods, we can talk about that. So, Councilmember Cruz, did you have anything else?
For safer streets and roads in Cloverdale. That's all, but it's from an outside source. Thank you.
Well, if the project
Let's move forward. I really think it's the responsibility of the property owner, which will be your company for 15 years, to maybe educate the individuals that are moving in. Here's how to get around Cloverdale. Here's the best way to get to school. And make that suggestion of going north on Asti Road and then going west on First Street. And just let them know about public transportation and how to walk Cloverdale. So I think it's an educational process as well. If there's nothing else on this, we're going to go ahead and now hear the presentation of the appeal. Kevin, is that next? And then we're going to open it up for public comment. So just sit tight, Angela, okay?
Vice Mayor, at this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Deering. Mr. Deering is an attorney that's representing the appealants tonight. He does have a presentation to offer to the City Council in regards to the appeal that the council is considering of the project.
Thank you, Kevin, or David. Vice Mayor, council people. Ron Deering, I'm an attorney. My professional address is P.O. Box.
Could you talk into the mic, please?
Yeah.
No,
Could we turn up that volume a little, Jill, on that microphone, or is it?
It's on.
These masks really make it difficult, so.
Yes, sir.
Joe, he has a.
Tap it.
That mic. Testing, testing. Let's trade it out. Yeah.
Thank you. Coming through somewhat louder and clear? Right. Thank you. Again, Ron Deering for the appellant. And I don't know how it's going to present. I was unsure how the media realm worked here. I did provide staff with either one. They're both the same. So- oh. I had presented a PDF of my presentation outline, so you'll be able to read it. I also have hard copies here if it would help you as well. Oh, look at that.
Ron, we do have those on the dais.
Thank you. Okay, real quick. I don't want to make a lawyerly presentation this evening. I'm coming at this from more of a planning background. I mentioned to Mr. Kelly earlier today, at one time back in the late 70s, early 80s, I was actually the contract planner for the city of Cloverdale and wrote the general plan back in, I think it was 84, 85. Since that time, the city's really progressed quite a bit. It was very rudimentary back then, but it was before the bypass. You know, Cloverdale Boulevard was Highway 101, and the town was a lot different in terms of its complexion. But since that time, you know, the city's embraced planning. You've had certain successions of new zoning codes and general plan elements, et cetera. So you're current, and it looks good out there. But this density bonus law is a matter of first impression to me, and I'm sure to you. It's really an alien piece of legislation, and it basically co-opts the planning function and the ability of the city council to make what used to be a discretionary decisions. It basically turns you into sort of a ceremonial role. You're sort of, I feel, listening to this tonight, sort of being bum rushed into making a decision when I don't see the urgency of that. There's lots of questions that you've raised tonight, and I'm going to raise a few now and ask for your consideration as we go forward. I had this clever thought today about this project. It used to be under normal zoning and general plan land use administration that there was discretion under the zoning code with regard to parking, et cetera, or if there was a need to require some relaxation, there was a variance procedure. But here, that discretionary power has been taken away from the city council. My analogy was that it used to be like if you had a piece of property, you could pretty much guarantee how many potatoes you could get into the 5-pound bag. But now we're being asked to consider that the same 5-pound bag is supposed to accommodate 10 pounds of potatoes. And that surplusage is something that the city is having to grapple with now. Like, where do those extra potatoes go? How are they accommodated? The theme of our little presentation tonight is basically that what's at issue here is fundamentally adherence to some of the technical characteristics or requirements of the law, and two, more importantly, like you were just discussing about Asti Road, the health and safety impacts, which I think you all seem to be talking about and recognize as somewhat significant and need to be addressed. But my first page here, I just codified and redacted much of what's in this density bonus law. It's at Government Code 65915. But if we take, for example, and accept that your project, this project, is classified as a transit-oriented development, it stems from that it has to follow the definitional criteria of what that means. Under the law, I'm looking at page 1 here, Government Code 65915. It says located within a half mile of a transit stop means that any point on a proposed development for which the applicant seeks a density bonus or concessions or waivers or reductions of development standards or of a reduction of a vehicular parking ratio, it has to be within a half mile of a major transit stop. So one thing I would ask, I don't know what the finding is that says it's within a half of a mile of a transit stop, where that calculation is or who's done it. I haven't seen it in any of the documents that you've been provided with. But more importantly, what's a major transit stop? To the extent that this project is within a half-mile radius of a major transit stop, the Public Resources Code, which the Government Code cites, says a major transit stop is a site containing any of these following. One is an existing rail or bus rapid transit station. There is no rapid transit station in Cloverdale. A rapid transit station would be something you'd find in maybe San Rafael or Emeryville or Oakland or something like that, where you have this confluence of a bus transit stop coming together and a nearby rail transit stop as well. But you don't have that. The next criteria for what is a major transit stop is a ferry terminal. Well, that's clearly not applicable, at least right now. But finally, see, it says the intersection of, another way to do it is an intersection of two or more major bus routes with a frequency service interval of 15 minutes. I made a mistake. If you have a copy that says 5 minutes, it should be 15 minutes, so my apologies there. But there has to, a major transit stop is the confluence of bus routes that have an interval of 15 minutes during the morning and afternoon commute periods. And this is typically between 6 and 8 in the morning and maybe 4 and 6 in the evening. Well, up here, if you turn the page, I've provided the bus schedule for Sonoma County Transit Route 60 bus and Route 68, which serve Cloverdale. And I've tried to highlight here and show you that the bus service, either Route 60 or bus 68, don't satisfy that service criteria for a transit stop. You don't have that a 15-minute interval that any person, arguably, who's within this transit-oriented development is supposed to be able to hop on a bus and get to work someplace, albeit even having to walk a mile to the bus station, or half a mile. So it fails on that leg. But if we turn the page again, I appreciate you bearing with me. I included here the smart train, Sonoma Marin Area Rail Transit schedules for the smart train. Well, we all know that the smart train only goes as far as Sonoma County Airport now. It goes down from Larkspur and Marin County to the airport. There is no known timeline about when the train will ever reach the station here. So it's not a stop. I don't want to parse or be funny here, but it really doesn't function as a major transit stop or a rail station at this point in time. But more importantly, it doesn't meet the criteria in and of itself, albeit it's not a bus. But again, those transit intervals don't meet any kind of peak hour bus demand or interval demand as would be required under the law. So we feel there's a deficiency there that needs to be addressed, and that it doesn't satisfy the criteria for a transit-oriented development with regard to its proximity to a major transit station. Stop. We turn to page again. I'm going to deal now with the health and safety impacts that we believe are here as a result of this project and need to be addressed by the council to the extent there's going to be any approval or conditional approval of this project. Now, I again cite the government code here. Government Code 65915 says, long story short, that the city, county, or city and county shall grant a concession or incentive requested by the applicant unless, and this is the law, unless the city, county, or city-county makes a written finding based on substantial evidence of either B, the concession or incentive would have a specific adverse impact, as defined below, and I'll read that. The specific adverse impact under the government code is further described as a significant, a quantifiable, a direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health and safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date of the application was complete. And it goes on to say at the subdivision E that nothing in this subdivision shall be interpreted to require a local government to waive or reduce a development standard such as parking, et cetera, on-site parking, if the waiver would result in a specific impact. We argue that there's an impasse right now that needs to be addressed. Now, the applicant in their presentation here made the point, well, tried to make some points, that there really aren't any associated conflicts or impacts associated with things. One of the things, if you'd noticed in the presentation here of the site plans, it showed the aerials and the pretty renderings and stuff like that. It didn't show any parking. It didn't show any parking on Asti Road. As the city manager they were discussing here earlier, it's acknowledged that the concession that's been requested here to make this project work is the waiver of on-site parking and putting, 99 or 100 spaces, cars, off-site. The only places those cars go, which legitimately would be going on parking on-site, is on Asti. And what's interesting, and this is where we feel there's a deficiency here in the analysis that was done. Look, it's in your packet here. TJKM, which is a local traffic engineering firm, in April of 2021, prepared a technical memorandum, a little summary report for Lauren Alexander, who spoke here recently. And I've redacted that report and just put the highlights here in front of you on the next page. But what they looked at is trip generation, how many cars go in and out, how they turn, on-site circulation, how they go through the property, site distance, and parking supply. Excuse me. Under on-site circulation, one of the taglines is here, they say bicyclists can access the project via the existing Class 2 bike lanes on Asti Road. Now, that's clear when you look at the aerials that the applicant provided, and I'll show a couple pictures as well. But the pictures you see show the bike lane, but they don't show cars. And they don't show cars because Asti Road is posted for no parking. And it's also a Class 2 bike lane. So there's a conflict here. You can't have both, at least the way it's presently configured. So the consultant here, without any discussion, says, in order to meet parking requirements for the city of Cloverdale, the project must provide, they say here, 94 additional automobile spaces. So that's on you. You have to find room for 94 parking spaces on Asti Road. Now, that's about 2,000 linear feet, approximately, for that many cars parked parallel. The property frontage, the project frontage is only about 500 feet. So there's 1,500 linear feet along Asti Road that has to somehow accommodate parking, either one side or the other, that's both in conflict with the two bike lanes that are on either side. They're Class 2 bike lanes that are adopted. So when you read this report again, the consultant really does discuss this in some summary fashion under pedestrian, bicycle, and transit impacts. They say an impact, this is their words, the impact to pedestrians occurs if the proposed project disrupts existing pedestrian facilities or creates inconsistencies with planned facilities, adopted pedestrian system plans, guidelines, policies, standards, etc. They just say simply pedestrian facilities do not exist near the site. Thus, therefore, the impact of pedestrian facilities is less than significant. This is a conclusory statement. It doesn't talk about how do people walk to their cars. How do they walk 2,000 feet down Asti Road, one way or the other, to get to their cars? And that's just the parking ratio that's assigned normally to an apartment project like this. It doesn't account for either, Super Bowl Sunday and having some visitors over, or quinceañera or something like that. So where's all this guest parking overflow? And don't forget, both sides of Asti Road is similar. There's no parking posted on either side, and both have Class 2 bike lanes. And the road itself is posted for 45 miles an hour. It's not comfortable. It's a collector roadway. If you've ever been out there in the morning like I have, there's gravel trucks going up and down there pretty frequently. There's no street lights. If you have to walk 1,500 feet away from this project to get to your car, if you weren't lucky enough to get a close enough parking space, you have to walk in the dark to get down to a car, perhaps.
Ron, could you talk into the microphone, please? Because people at home won't be able to hear you.
I can't really see you. That's right.
Thank you.
I
You could pull that out and walk over, yeah. Just so people at home could hear you.
I don't want to feel like a game show host or something.
Just pull, that should come right out.
All right. Thank you
go.
for that. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. It helps. So think about that. And at night, in the rain, walking this distance, we posit and ask for your serious consideration. There are pedestrian-related impacts. So let's move forward. That's pedestrian. Let's move on to bicycle access. I sort of, hinted at this here. The traffic report, or the memorandum, if you will, that was prepared for the applicant, not for you. There's not a third-party consultant here preparing a traffic impact analysis. It says an impact to bicyclists occurs if the proposed project disrupts existing bicycle facilities. Well, we've already got, at least 2,000 feet of cars parked in the bicycle lane. So we posit there's a direct impact right now associated with this project, the way it's designed and conditioned. Or conflicts or creates inconsistencies with adopted bicycle system plans, guidelines, and policies, or standards within the city of Cloverdale. Now, the city recognizes, even within the study here, that it's a Class 2 bike lane. And if we turn the page here, just to give you, put this into the record, the city has co-partnered with the Sonoma County Transit Authority, and they've adopted and participated in the adoption of the Sonoma County Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan, which classifies Asti Road specifically as a Class 2 bikeway. So, and that's why it's posted that way. And I would suggest that there is a direct impact associated with that. So the next two things are just examples of the Sonoma County Pedestrian and Bicycle Plan that was adopted by the city, cross-adopted by the city for the county of Sonoma. So I get to the pictures there at the end. The first two pictures show Cloverdale. I think it's North Main Street. I apologize. I didn't get the cross street name. But there's a shot that shows you, Cloverdale is blessed in that you have these wide boulevards. You have, I don't know, they must be 70, 80 foot wide right-of-ways. But you can see how it should work. There's curb gutter, sidewalk, there's a planter strip, there's a parking lane, there's the bike lane, and then there's two travel lanes. This cross-section, this is a public safety issue, doesn't exist on Asti Road. I don't even know if the right-of-way there will allow for that to occur, but we'll get to that in a second. That's an example of how things work. So we turn the page. Jill, thank you, Madam Clerk. There's a couple shots here of Asti Road that shows the truck, shows the posted bike lane, and what that looks like. It's not a hospitable or safe environment out there, we posit, for anybody walking out there. I mean, right now, if you had to walk down to your car and there's 2,000 linear feet of cars parked in there, you'd be walking in the travel lane at night, in the rain, in the heat of summer, whatever, but it's not a safe place to be. Turn to the next page, finally, I'm almost at the end. Here's a shot of Asti Road posted. It shows the bike lane, no parking anytime. So how does this work? How can it work? We posit that this doesn't satisfy, well, it rises to a significant impact under the government code that would cause pause here, and either to consider the reduction of the amount of concession that's being granted to this project or requested, or come up with some kind of an alternative that would address the resolution and mitigation of this potential traffic impact before the project's built. Okay. So the last page that I've provided you here is typical cross-sections of what we understand to be out there. The top little cross-section, thank you, Madam Clerk, shows Asti Road as it presently exists on the top one. It's what is. It shows on the left, that's the project's proposed fence. There's going to be a sidewalk and curb. And right now, there's a bicycle lane, an 8-foot bicycle lane, two 12-foot traffic lanes, and on the other side, another bicycle lane. And then there's no shoulder, there's just dirt over there. There's no curb gutter sidewalk. In the middle cross-section, it's the same cross-section, and now we have a car parked in the bicycle lane, which has pushed out the bicyclist into the travel lane. So now we have a conflict there. We have a conflict with the adopted plan, and we have a safety plan. The reason the lines are on the road and it's posted, not only for 45 mile an hour, but no parking, is for safety. If you're going to intentionally allow a project to violate that, it's an inconsistency and it's unsafe. And finally, the last cross-section down below shows more or less a worst-case scenario. Maybe that's unfair, but I don't think it is. It shows somebody standing on the curb gutter sidewalk, on the sidewalk in front of the project. Now it shows a car parked there. It shows somebody out here on a bicycle running up and down Asti. And then it shows the cars. There's very little room here in this event. And don't forget, these are cars. This isn't the gravel trucks either. So both sides of Asti Road are similarly marked for not only parking, no parking, but also for the bike lanes. So if there's going to be spillover of 99 or 100 cars from this site, where do they go? I mean, are you going to let them park on both sides of the road? That just sort of compounds, I think, the potential impacts. Or do you have to go linearly? I mean, and how do you enforce that? That's the other thing. So I want to conclude there, but I really do think that you should give some serious consideration to, I would ask you to this presentation and the issues that we've presented here in terms of conflict. You know, there was discussion tonight, and maybe it's coming up tonight too, that this whole idea of possibly thinking forward about, I don't know what, mitigation measures or how you might ultimately accommodate this impact. Well, I don't think that's appropriate, and I'm not lecturing the council here, but there's a California appellate court case, Sundstrom versus Mendocino, I believe, something like that. It says that you can't really rely on future studies that haven't been adopted or conducted to approve a project now. That's just not fair. That's not how it works. So maybe it's premature, or maybe the applicant really needs to provide you with a more detailed analysis at their nickel about how this is supposed to work. Or maybe the project needs to be scaled down. Maybe there's simply too many potatoes in that bag that frustrate the ability to achieve your stated goals and policies here. So thank you for your indulgence.
But Ron, I want to take the opportunity to thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute, 10-minute break. We're going to reconvene at 8:10, at which time I'm going to see if the council has any questions for you, Ron. And then I'm going to ask our city attorney to weigh in on what you just shared with us as to the validity of what you're saying so that we can go from there. So let's take a little bio break, and we'll see everyone at 10 after 8. Thank you. Okay, let's get reconvened here. Marta, Melanie, are you with us?
I am, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Cruz? Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting, and as I stated earlier, I'm going to ask Ron to please come back up to the podium to give council members a chance to ask you any questions, and then I'm going to ask our city attorney to make some comments, Ron, on what you just shared with us. So council members, do you have any questions at this point of the presentation that we just received? Seeing no one raise their hands, I think we're good, Ron. Thank you for that. You gave us a lot to think about. City attorney, could you please, either Alex or Jose, could you address those?
Yes, Vice Mayor, and I know Alex will be addressing a lot of the issues, and I would also like to thank the appellant coming forward, bringing a lot of those laws up, a lot of those points. I know that there were issues regarding whether this property or this location was even qualifying or could qualify for that density bonus that they got. We want to address that. I know there will also be comments regarding the standards applied. We'll talk a little bit about, or staff will, regarding parking as well, and other points that were raised. And I'll turn it over to Alex. Alex, can you cover some of those areas, please?
Thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor, so the first issue that was raised
Alex,
generally...
if you could go right into that.
The first issue that was raised generally was about whether or not the project even qualifies as for a density bonus because it's not near a major transit stop. The density bonus is based off of the percentage of affordable housing in the project. The zoning for the project under the city's zoning code is transit-oriented development, and that's established in the zoning code. It's not based on the existence of any major transit stop. It may have been originally zoned in anticipation of a major transit stop, but its existence is from the zoning code. in the density bonus law, there are additional things that projects near major transit stops are eligible for, like providing no parking, for example, or unlimited density. But this project doesn't qualify for that because it's not near an existing major transit stop, and it's not receiving any of those additional things that density bonus law allows. It's receiving a density bonus law based solely on the amount of affordable housing it is providing. The second issue was whether the city has any authority to, reject or reduce the concessions that have been requested by the project. And, the appellant, correctly laid out the standard there. I think there's no dispute there that when there is a significant health or safety impact, you can deny a concession or deny a project. But the specific adverse impact, there's a definition of that in the code. And it is, the appellant mentioned it, and I'll just mention it again, is an unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed. And I'm not aware that there were any written policies that were, alleged to be violated here or alleged to be causing these, significant safety impacts, which, of course, there are significant safety impacts. There may be, but as the appellant said, state law has really handcuffed the city as to the narrow circumstances under which that can be considered. And then the third item was, you talked about greatly, was the parking and whether adequate parking is being provided. And the density bonus law actually provides a maximum amount of parking that the city can require. And that is 1 space per studio or 1 bedroom unit and 1.5 spaces for every 2 or 3 bedroom unit. And that's the maximum state law says the city can require for a project that qualifies for a density bonus. And this project is providing, I think, a handful of spaces more than that voluntarily. I think David or Kevin had some additional things they want to mention regarding parking.
Thank you, Alex. I just wanted to refer to the comment by the appellant that Osti Road is signed for no parking. I do not believe that the no parking requirements are consistent along the entire stretch of Osti Road. There are some existing drainage features, particularly where Citrus Fair enters and intersects with Osti Road. There are some drainage features located on the east side of Osti Road where it prevents any encroachment in that area, and that area is signed no parking because if a car did park there, there would not be adequate space for either the bicycle travel lane or the vehicle travel lane. There are other areas along Osti Road where there is the Class 2 bicycle facility, as was noted. But as someone who's bicycle and uses that area, I have not seen no parking signs. For example, on the west section of Osti Road between Citrus Fair Drive and First Street, and cars do park there, not frequently per se, but that is an area that isn't currently signed for no parking. It could be, that's within council's discretion, but I believe the no parking sign that was pointed out in the presentation is a specific area along Osti where there is a drainage feature where we're really, it would be unsafe to park. So I just want to note that the no parking restriction doesn't apply to the entire segment of Osti. It's a very specific section that is affected because of other natural topographic features that exist in that particular area. So just wanted to be cognizant of that it's not a consistent no parking restriction along that entire stretch. And cars do, in fact, utilize portions of the right-of-way for Osti Road. One other piece of information I thought was valuable, just for comparison's sake, is the amount of right-of-way of Osty Road. It's actually, there's a fairly significant amount of right-of-way. Our measurements indicate that for the most part, the right-of-way width, and certainly in the frontage of the project, is 70 feet. So for comparison purposes, the right-of-way for Foothill, which I believe is a kind of a model for a boulevard and a major collector road in Cloverdale, is 60 feet. In that instance, where you have 60 feet, you're able to accommodate sidewalks on both sides, parking, 2 bike lanes, and 2 travel lanes. And so with that, in that regard, there is sufficient right-of-way to accommodate all of those proposed uses within the existing right-of-way. I thought it might be valuable, Mayor and Council, to ask the project developer's engineer maybe to talk a little bit about or provide some insight on the amount of public improvements within that 70-foot right-of-way, just to kind of give you a perspective on how much right-of-way would be left. I think where that comes in is it kind of gives you perspective in terms of the remaining right-of-way and where other public improvements may be accommodated at some point in the future. So that's just something for council's consideration relative to the right-of-way.
Thank you, David. Before we do that, though, Jose, if I could just sum up from what you're saying, and I'm going to open it up to fellow council members to ask our attorney questions. But from what you're saying, the report that Don just gave us and the things that he pointed out really have no validity on this project. And in fact, the only way that we're going to improve anything is from a voluntary standpoint of the developer. Am I hearing that correctly?
More or less, yes, correct. I think parts of those statutes are certainly accurate, but for example, the major transit stop, references to a different aspect of the density bonus law. And in order to deny the project, we would need to identify specific written policies that, this project is in violation of, or safety concerns based on existing written policies or standards that the city has or that the county or state has adopted. And I believe when the city staff went through this project, they checked all of those and could not identify in the city's code or any other sort of written policies that were being violated by this proposed project.
And Vice Mayor, the reason why Alex says more or less is because the reality is it comes down to what your standards are in your code. Staff has done their job as far as going through the standards of the code and saying, okay, with density bonus laws of what they are, with the standard of what it is to kind of be, objectionable standards of what you can apply here, and looking at it, staff has gone through the project and has come up with, obviously, with what's presented before, getting as many concessions with the developer as possible. Regarding the parking, the formula is set. The formula didn't just come out of thin air. The formula is set in the law to come out with that number. And I know that we've talked about now as far as what the zoning code says. Kevin looked at the zoning code carefully, saying, is it in violation of the zoning code, or are there issues? And the answer was no. I know, and David did bring up issues with the parking and with the no parking signs. But that's really the lens we're looking at it. And I understand that it's a difficult project. It's being appealed. I completely get it. There's always going to be, well, what about this? What about this standard? Can we improve this? But the reality is the tough job here is looking at density bonus law. What does it allow as far as the project itself? And then looking at design standards as far as design review and looking at, okay, well, what can we impose during design review? So that's really kind of what we're looking at. I know, Kevin, I know you looked at the project carefully. If you want to add kind of what standards you looked at in order to kind of looking at this project.
Well, given that it was a design review only, and it was the uses allowed by right, the major comparison was with the design standards. I'd just like to point out one thing is, given the 20 units an acre, developed at 20 units an acre without a density bonus, the project could achieve 69 units. The project's proposing 75. However, if we did apply our parking standard, that number 69 would likely go down given the amount of space required for the parking. I did want to point out also, and I've said this before up here, is our parking standard is a little tough, even for market rate projects with three spaces per unit. So when you see that high number of what would have been required, just understand that parking standard is probably a little bit older than what modern zoning is requiring in other cities at three spaces per unit.
Thank you. Council members, at this point, any questions before we move along? Okay. David, you said that the engineer, the developer, was going to talk about the width of the street in public right-of-way?
Vice Mayor, I was going to leave that to the option for council if you'd like to hear from Mr. Munzel to talk a little bit about that. I know that's been brought up in the
Sure.
appealance documentation as well.
Yeah, happy to. Court Munsell again. So the right-of-way width is 70 feet. It's off-centered from the center of the road. So on our side, it accounts for a 12-foot travel lane, 5-foot bike lane, a 5.5-foot sidewalk, and then there's 20 feet of additional right-of-way there. We have some design parameters related to jurisdictional waterway over about the southern half of the property. So that is where the drainage starts. It kind of wraps down around the southern portion of the property. That's really a no-touch area because it is a jurisdictional feature. And then the northern half is not. We are utilizing it for bioretention and plantings and those types of things, but we don't have the same restriction as far as jurisdictional waterway.
So there's no place on that right-of-way where you can add additional parking spots?
Well, definitely not in the southern half, and whether that is something that the developer would like to entertain on the northern half and that could be accommodated for, certainly you'd have to evaluate that further.
Would be nice if we could get a couple more spots. Thank you, Court. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing, and everyone will be timed to 3 minutes. I'm not going to hold you exactly to that 3 minutes. If you run a little over, that's fine. Let's try not to be redundant. So if you just come forward and state your name, and while you're doing that, Jill is going to line the individuals up on Zoom that would like to make comment as well. So just come up to the dais if you have something to say. And Angela, do you have anything to say? Get up here. Try and keep it to around 3 minutes, okay?
3 minutes?
Oh, you can do it.
No. So, let's see. First off, I want to address an issue that, our neighborhood, if you will, it's not even really full neighborhood. We were called out by the developer as racist. Some of our city staff has been called racist. Our community members, and I heard you say that these developers were going to be here for 15 years, right? So this is a horrible way to start off a relationship. I mean, it is. My husband is not white. My kids are not white. We are not racist. I know our community leaders sitting in front of me are not racist. And to have these people here calling that out is very divisive, and it's very offensive to us as community members. I can't speak for any of you. So I wanted to first get that, because that is very disturbing to me and to my family as well. The same with, this editor that has been targeting Cloverdale, and specifically Todd Lands, with multiple comments. When I reached out to that editor, she had told me that Marta had contacted her. That is divisive. You guys are our leaders, including you. All of you sitting up here are our community leaders. And you all have to work together. You all have to join forces. You cannot, I can be the person out here saying whatever, I've gone after you, every one of you. Doesn't matter. I respect every one of you. I think I have a lot of respect for every one of you. But I don't have respect for two sneaky council members that go behind your backs
Angela.
and address this with the press Democrat.
Let's-
That has to be addressed, Gus,
Okay.
because this is part of what's happening in our neighborhood.
You did.
So that's all done, but I
Okay.
want to make sure that you guys hear how we feel out here. Some of these people won't say it, but I will, because I don't care, I will say it. Leaking information's not okay either, so there's that. It's not democracy, we're a community, we are better than that. Councilmember Paula, you brought up the trees. That's a really big concern because this isn't like your average like neighborhood, you know? We have a lot of different species out there of plants and trees. I know on our property we do. So I'm not sure if something your arborist can look at when this is addressed, what trees will be suitable and compatible for what's already living out there so that this doesn't bring any, you know, death and, you know, that kind of stuff. So that's important. The other issue I hear you guys talking about was the parking. So at one of the Planning Commission meetings, there was a comment that there would be no parking from Citrus Fair to, is it Crocker or First?
First Street.
It is First, thank you. So from point A to B, there would be no parking, and then tonight I hear everybody saying, oh, well, we're gonna put parking and we're gonna this. Well, let's take into accountability here about what's happened at Iole Ranch. I mean, that whole frontage area is just, I drove through there the other day with my truck and I literally got stuck. I mean, it was horrible. It was horrible because the parking is so bad right there. And I think that is something that might happen in this area. So the lighting, it's pitch black. There's no lights at all. I mean, like somebody said earlier, going out to your car in the evening, you're just out there playing Frogger waiting to get killed. A crossing guard, is there gonna be like a crossing guard for all these kids speeding? Are we gonna ramp up our police presence? Are we gonna be able to hire more police? Are we gonna be able to get a school bus, something to accommodate? That's an issue. I heard the woman who gave the presentation, I don't see her name up there, Lauren, I think that's her name. She made a comment, this question has come up multiple times and it's kind of been like half-assed answered. Who is this housing for? I understand that there's a part of it that is coming from ag funding, and I know what the definition of ag housing is, and I get that, but there's still 2 other units to be built. And in one of the Planning Commission meetings that I attended, I specifically heard that it would be housing open to all, if you will, and not necessarily excluded to just ag workers. So, and when she just said that our community members would qualify first, I assumed from tonight's comment that that would be non-ag workers. Again, it was very vague. It hasn't been fully addressed. And, you know, I have a 20-year-old at home who can't even find somewhere to live. So I'm not against housing by any means. I'm against excluding people, you know, and making it all-inclusive for whatever it is they're going to do. I think that's something I remember the Planning Commission said that they wanted this developer to be able to make housing for more than just ag workers.
Angela, we'll have Lauren hopefully address that. My understanding was, while it may be Cloverdale First, they have to be ag-related. And you're now going on 7 minutes, so if you can.
I'll take it for my husband.
Okay.
Noise ordinance, I remember hearing the developers saying that they were gonna have parties and quinceañeras and all that stuff, so in this type of area, is there a noise ordinance? Is the property developers gonna have like a property management are they gonna have hours of their parties and all their stuff that they're doing at their clubhouse?
Angela, what I like about that, and I keep saying this, I like the fact that it's going to be owned by the developer for 15 years. So when there's an issue, we don't go knock on the individual's door. We knock on the manager's door and
Yeah.
say, get it under control, as opposed to having 75 individually owned units that we have to deal with. So all of that hopefully will be resolved rather quickly if that starts to happen. And now your husband is over by about a minute. No, we're not
Well, we
going to do
kind
that.
of just all got together outside.
Okay.
Turning lanes, I hear you guys talking about the street and stuff. Is there gonna be any turning lanes going into the building, the units? Because that's gonna get really congested. There's single lanes right now. So I can see there's gonna be a lot of traffic backed up over there. So I wanna know if they're gonna do that. And then I understand that there's, a little playground for the little kids, but what about the other ones? After the age of 8, I was gone at the river. I was hanging out, doing other things, exploring. What I'm afraid of is them exploring in the wrong areas. It's not your average area. You've got industrial, you've got our hill, you've got their hill, you've got the river. There's a lot of factors here. What are these kids going to do? There's no park anywhere near there. There's no park. So a little tiny square for little kids is one thing, but we got to take that into consideration also. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Would anyone else, while you're making your way up here, Betha, I'm going to go ahead and have Jill open it up to at least one member out in the virtual world.
Fox has been waiting for a while. Jeannie, go ahead. Jeannie Cox.
Jeannie, unmute yourself and share with us, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
Okay.
All right. Angela actually asked a couple of the questions I had. I just want, first of all, one thing I noticed at the very beginning of the meeting, it showed the name of Karen Massey working in as a planner for the developers or one of their subs. I would just like something on record that she does not have a conflict of interest as a former city employee. Just to cover bases on that. And then I'm a little concerned about who's actually going to be able to live in these units. Several times I heard the word ag worker used, and going back to when the apartments were built along the boulevard that were supposed to be low income residents, all of a sudden turned into farm workers only. And we have people in town that are low income. They are not farm workers. They're clerical workers, daycare workers. They need to have equal access to these units. And then finally, I want to make sure that I see the tot lot, but there needs to be some area, even if it's the size of the Vintage Meadows Park, where there's a couple of basketball hoops and you put it for a volleyball game or something for the older kids. That's it.
Thank you, Jeannie.
Betha, would you?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Betha McLean, the superintendent of Cloverdale Unified, and I just want to make two brief comments. I know there is a real need for housing and safe housing. So my 2 points are I'm very concerned about safe routes to school. I happened to work in Santa Rosa when West Santa Rosa was developed, and a student was killed walking to school to Elsie Allen because the developer had not, and the city had not put in sidewalks, and that still stings. This I feel has to be addressed. We've asked for consideration of a bus pullout. We don't know whether or not we can actually even hire a bus driver, but we're optimistic and willing to collaborate. We just need to make sure that they're safe. These kinds of safety measures are key to the execution of the development. And the other factor that weighs on me is that this is being built on a former heavy industrial site. And because of the nature of the development, no kind of CEQA or any environmental study has to be done. And we know that students who live below the poverty line or students who are considered low income are disproportionately impacted by environmental pollution, and it has an impact on development and long-term health. It really troubles me that that has been waived when you know this is a lumber mill, it was heavy industrial storage, and while it's been cleaned, I am not sure that it's ever been evaluated again. So those are two concerns the school district continues to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Betha. Lauren, if you're still with us, there were two individuals had asked the question about who will live there, and if you could just go over that one more time. And then secondly, from the hazmat standpoint, did your lender require that you do a phase 1 or phase 2 hazmat inspection on that property?
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So to answer the first question, first, what determines who can live in affordable housing units is the financing sources that are used to build the units. Currently, those financing sources haven't been finalized. So what I can tell you is what we're planning for, and it's subject to change depending on, these are competitive financing resources. So the plan currently is to have some number of the units, less than half, most likely, be funded by USDA grant or loan money. And what that means is that those units have to be restricted in two ways. They have to be restricted both by the income level of the household that lives there, and that at least 50% of the household income has to come from agricultural work. So what that means is if we have funding for 30 of the units of the 75, let's say, from the USDA, the families that live there, half of their income has to come from agricultural work. The other half, it doesn't matter. And then the only other consideration that's made is each unit is designated at a certain level of a percentage of the area median income, which is a county-wide statistic. And all of the units in the entire project will be restricted for families that are earning between 30 and 60% of the area median income. Is that clear so far?
Yes. But could you just explain 10% that ag work is 3 years later than I work in the ag industry anymore? And if you're completely, if you still have empty units, at what point do you just go out for income, or do you never do that?
Sure. So if we say 30 of the 75 units get funded by USDA money, those are reserved for agricultural workers, and the other 45 would be for any families that meet the income qualifications. Doesn't matter their profession. The only thing that's looked at from a qualification standpoint is the amount of money that they're earning based on the size household that they are. And then if specifically for the agricultural units, if we say, I don't think this is likely given the statistics we have on the residents of Cloverdale, but if we say that there aren't 30 families that qualify for those 30 units that are designated for agricultural workers, they then can be used for anybody that meets the income qualification. And there's a process to that. I don't know all the regulations around it, but that is what it ends up being. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And then the second part, is your amendment require that you do a phase one, which is a physical walk of the property, or phase two, where they actually bore down for hazmat material on that lot?
We've already conducted a phase one that's in the public record. And the only reason to do a phase two is if there's something found in phase one that leads you to believe that there's further testing needed, and there wasn't anything that was needed. It came back a clean report.
All right, so then.
Hazardous materials are covered in the phase one, I guess is the better way to say that.
So then, Beth brought up the question about contamination, landfill or something you said, but supposedly that's all being checked out. Or will be.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
I'm sorry. So basically, you're comfortable in saying to us that there's no contamination on the property.
Exactly. Yes, that was the result of the study.
Thank you. Anyone else in CPAC that would like to come up and say a few words? You just have to speak real loud.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Mayor Land is no longer present, but Vice Mayor Walter.
Council members and staff, my name is Kyle Weeks, and I'm the Policy Director for Generation Housing, where we advocate for more diverse and more affordable housing. The County of Sonoma is experiencing a housing crisis. We don't have enough homes, we don't have enough diversity of homes, and we certainly don't have nearly enough affordable homes. And we can really no longer tolerate inaction. To address housing inequity, we must build affordable housing for the workers on whom our local tourism and our agricultural industries rely. To address the impacts of climate change, we also need to shift our building focus from suburban sprawl to jobs and transit-oriented development. This is a foundation of what we are trying to achieve across the state in terms of sustainable design that can really carry us into the future. In respect to the concerns raised about safety with this project, from what I've heard, and I'm certainly by no means a lawyer, but from what I heard, no clear or quantifiable evidence exists, either in record or stated today, that would suggest an adverse hazard to health and safety will be born from this project. Everything stated by the appellant is based purely on the supposition that cars will be parking illegally off-site on Massey Road. We have no evidence to suggest that will be the case. What's more, the City of Cloverdale's fifth cycle housing element committed to pursuing grants and other funding to improve connectivity to the planned Smart Station site and emphasize residential development opportunities on nearby sites. The site location as it stands currently it aligns perfectly with this stated goal. It's also worth, I think, re-emphasizing that the Housing Accountability Act has increased protections for projects that meet the definition of housing for very low or moderate income household, as stated in the HCD letter submitted to the public record. Moreover, and perhaps even more importantly, the HCD made clear that denying the project is not an option, and further delays could potentially jeopardize these funding streams or major funding streams supporting this project, which could in effect delay and scuttle development altogether. Now, granted, I know Lauren said they're still trying to essentially bring some of these funding streams together, but they're competitive and there's time constraints. Delaying this further could actually jeopardize the project and its feasibility. City planning and management staff have made very clear that they strongly support this project. Several local organizations support this project, I know one of which will be speaking today. The state of California supports this project. The project is also partially funded, as Lauren noted, by the USDA, which is bringing a cash infusion and jobs into our community at a critical time in our post-pandemic economic recovery. Housing can infuse cash into this economy. Bringing people here can help get this economy back on track. And I'm not speaking specific to Cloverdale. I'm talking about Sonoma County generally speaking. Bringing people to our community is not a bad thing. And more importantly, I think this project really represents a significant step forward in our regional endeavor to combat the statewide housing crisis and ensure that all members of our community can be safely, stably, and affordably housed.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, of course. And it is for these reasons and more that, I would respectfully request that you deny this appeal and allow this project to proceed forward without further delay. And as always, thank you very much for your service, your time. I appreciate all the work that staff has put into this, and have a great night.
Thank you. Jill, can you bring somebody else in from the waiting room, please? Reese, if you could unmute yourself and take.
Unmuted. Yeah, now I can see I'm unmuted. I want to thank Lauren for her presentation. That really clarified some things. I had been doing a lot of reading about this project, and with her presentation, that did clarify some stuff. I personally think it's a fabulous project, and it's going to be a great addition to Cloverdale. It seems to be well thought out, and those concerns that are being raised are either in the process, have been, or will be addressed. And I don't have some worries about many of the things that were brought up tonight. Two of the things that really caught my attention was, first of all, farm workers and others who need affordable housing are going to be eligible for these places. And I think that's important. I think anybody who needs it should have access. At the same time, I know I was doing some research about something at one point in time, and people who often, and this includes professional as well as farm workers, who had Spanish names could not get the option to see a place. However, if they called back and used an Anglo name, say, oh yes, we can show that to you. So I know that this is going to address some of the equity issues that are out there. The second thing that really caught my attention was the fact that this is going to be a Platinum LEED project. And given our climate issues and the things that are happening and the things we really truly need to address along these lines, I think it's fabulous that they're doing that. But I thank you all for thinking about this. I thank the people who are putting this in place. I thank the people with Lauren who are developing all of this. I just appreciate it. And thank you, because I think it will be a great asset to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Reese. Jill?
Lariva, you're up.
Okay, thank you. This is Lariva Miles. I am a citizen of Cloverdale, and I would just like to go back and address something that was said in the response or the support for not having the project done, and that was that our depot is not a bus transit station. There are not regular buses running there, and I just wanted to let you know that it might not be major, but tomorrow you can take 3 Amtrak buses from Emeryville that all come up to Cloverdale at 7:35 a.m., 9:45 a.m., and 12:12 p.m. Now, there are no amenities up here at the depot. That's what it says, not even a shelter to stand under if it's raining, but it is a stop on the Amtrak route. So I just want you to know that it's being used for something. And I'm just hoping that, that there will always be some transit coming to Cloverdale, and hopefully the SMART train. It might take some time, but I have faith that it will eventually become a transit-oriented district.
Thank you, Lariva. Is there anyone else in the
that would like to come up before we go? Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Leanne Fabian, and I'm not only speaking for myself, I'm speaking for many community members who reach out to me like they do Angela, because we have the guts to say things, even though I'm nervous. Number one, let me get this clear. We are not against affordable housing in Cloverdale.
Speak to us.
So get that out of your mind.
And not to the audience.
We are 100% for affordable housing that makes sense for everyone in a safe environment. This is not a safe location for the project of this size. Saying in the proclamation that the general appearance of this proposed residential area is keeping with the character of the neighborhood that's just laughable, laughable. There's nothing. I drive this route every day, multiple times a day, and I can tell you right now, the only people walking out there are the homeless headed for the bridge to get their drugs. I see them every day on their bikes. Melanie, I see you walking in Cloverdale all the time. I have never seen you on Asti.
Let's just keep it to the facts, okay?
Well, I'm just saying, claims are being made that are false. So 100% of the units would be affordable for families that have between 30 and 60% of the average median income. What is that for this area? That has not been answered. The speed limit has also not been addressed. Very unsafe to keep it at that rate if this goes through. And having this 2 crosswalks so close together, even people coming from town going north on Asti, there's going to be a backup, especially if people are turning in there. That's a very short distance between crosswalks. It just doesn't make sense. This project sounds exactly like what happened for the ag housing by Citrus Fair. They came in under approval. Oh, we don't know where our funding's come from, and they came in with 100% ag funding. So don't listen to this is going to be for all, because we've already had this happen to us. Cloverdale, part of Sonoma County, yeah, I guess, but we've been overlooked over and over again. Some people in our Board of Supervisors didn't even know we were in Sonoma County, okay? The time constraints that are being pushed, that's to grab funding, period. So don't use that as, oh, we got to do this because of that. There is no humanitarian reason behind some of this stuff. It's all about money. It always is. So what happens, another thing, if this is ag worker, partial ag worker, fine. So what happens, because this happens very regularly, seasonally, when their family, the people that live there, that are qualified tenants, they have family come in from out of town to work, generally April through October. They come and stay with family. So now we've got a lot of people in one unit. They're not on the lease. They weren't used to qualify. It's going to happen. So what's going to happen then? I'm just concerned for the workers. We want affordable housing. We want it to be in a central area. There's no place for the kids to play. Schools are going to be overcrowded, not safe to walk around there. And parking, come on Asti, what are you going to do? Yep. Extend it to the railroad tracks? I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wanted to come up and say something? Just a reminder, we're going to keep our remarks to 3 minutes, so if we could do that.
I'll address that right now. My name is Richard St. Angelo. I'm a licensed architect. I'm representing both myself and my neighbors. And I also have paid quite a bit of money for this appeal. I resent being restricted to just 3 minutes when I might have substantial comments to make that will go over. So.
Well, we're going to ask you to hold it to as close to 3 as you can, okay?
I can. I'd like to just start with on the second page of my handout that I gave you, midway down, about the density bonus. Of 99 proposed parking spaces instead of 193. Now, if we go in Cloverdale, there are two areas, Ioli Ranch and also the Garden Circle Way. Both of them have been built according to Cloverdale parking standards, and both of them have tremendous amount of spillover parking on Cloverdale Boulevard. I think you all have seen that. Now, why would that not apply, that spillover parking not apply to this development? You can estimate that there will be anywhere from 137 to 274 occupants in this project. Now, where are they going to, I'm sure there will be more than one car per unit, and I'm sure there might be multiple cars per unit, especially if they have older age adults or children living there who have cars. Where are they going to park? They're going to park on Asti Drive. Now, Asti Drive is signified as a major bike lane up and down Sonoma County. I think that the city manager's comment that only parts of it are signed are the fact that we have not spent the money to maintain both the signage on the surface of the road and the signage on poles. But when you do see signage on the poles, it says bike lane, no parking. That's it. And when you do see signage on the road itself, it's the actual approved logo, bike logo. So the parking is prohibited now, in my understanding, on both sides of Asti Road, and particularly in front of that frontage. Now, in terms of the width of the right-of-way, it's 70 feet. Now, that 70 feet extends 20 feet or 30 feet towards the apartments. Their property line is only 5 feet from the face of the buildings. The remaining distance from that property line to the sidewalk is about 20 feet. Are we going to put a fence there and exclude the public from their public right-of-way? Also, that fence it's 4 feet high. That could very well block the sight of when you're at the driveway, approaching the driveway to leave the place, of oncoming traffic from either way, actually from the north. And that's where the drag strip guys go. They come from First Street and they drag down to south. Now, if we go to page 3 of the handout, most Cloverdale residents drive because there are not enough public transit facilities now, either within Cloverdale or going south, and also at their destination in Santa Rosa. The public transit there is not that frequent. So it's unreasonable to expect people to be able to commute to work via public transit. If it's unreasonable to expect that, then what are they going to do? They're going to drive. They're going to have cars. If you have two people in the same apartment with cars, how's that going to impact the parking? The way it's going to impact that parking is they're going to park on Asti Road. Now, when they park on Asti Road, you have a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. And it will be a hazard to children, especially when they emerge between those parked cars, especially when there's traffic barreling down a drive. They're going to have cars. If you have two people in the same apartment with cars, how's that going to impact the parking? The way it's going to impact that parking is they're going to park on Asti Road. Now, when they park on Asti Road, you have a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit, site plan. And they did not, and they did it for the developer. We need a separate, independent traffic analysis done for the city to address this, what I believe is a safety hazard. And it's demonstrable, because when you consider the spillover parking, both from Ioli Gardens and Garden Way, you know there's going to be parking in front of the development. Now, that's how I would just reinforce that, what Mr. Deering said. Now, there's a lot more that I could say, but I'll respect your unfair restriction of my time, because you have my handout in front of you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and we do have your handout. Okay? And Rich, not to disrespect you, but a lot of what you're saying, we've heard, and we know it, and it's going to be a challenge for the city to mitigate some of these issues.
Well,
Jill, could you let someone else in from virtual world?
I don't think the challenge says out to the city. I think the developer could very easily mitigate
Rich, thank you.
issues
Thank you.
by reducing the density. You have adequate parking now.
Thank you. Tammy, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, the developer stated at the beginning of her presentation that they would be responsible for this development for 15 years. What happens after the 15 years? Do they sell to an investor and the investor kicks all these low-income people out and raises rents and we start all over? We have a whole load of low-income people. Now they are unhoused. What's the plan for that?
That's a good question, Tammy, and I'm sure that we'll get that answered here from the developer. Was there anything else, Tammy?
Not at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. So Lauren, we're going to ask you to address that at some point after the 15-year period. Do you have the option to retain the property, or will you be selling it, or is it too early to speculate? Jill, who else, please?
She's there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lauren, please.
Sure, I wasn't sure if you wanted me to answer that now or not. The affordability levels of the units are deed restricted for 55 years. So whether or not the property remains under the ownership of Pacific West Communities, it will remain affordable for 50 plus years.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Glidon de Freitas. I am the CEO of Corazon Hillsburg, a nonprofit organization that serves the whole northern Sonoma County, including hundreds of families there in Cloverdale. Today I came to this meeting to speak in support of the Alexander Valley Apartments project. This project will provide badly needed housing for low and very low income families, and especially farm workers. Corazon Hillsburg has interviewed almost 300 of Northern Sonoma County community members about the obstacles they face in feeling like they truly belong, and lack of access to affordable housing was a central theme in their responses. I understand now why our low-income families and ag worker families feel that they do not belong here. It's because there are so many impeding forces against their permanence in this community. It's amazing. It's our duty to guarantee people's human rights, and housing is a human right. Farm worker housing is desperately needed here. Agriculture is a critical economic engine of our regional economy, and farm workers power that engine. But generally speaking, we need affordable housing for low-wage earners in service-based industries. Lack of action on this front only sets the stage for further challenges down the road. This project and others like it help build diversity into communities and ensure that all members of our community can be safely, stably, and affordably housed. Building denser housing near the core of our community is the best way to limit impacts to our unique and treasured local ecosystems. Build the housing and infrastructure will come. Delaying this project further could jeopardize a major stream of funding necessary for this project to be feasible. Through state housing element law, the legislature established that the availability of housing is of vital statewide importance, and the early attainment of decent housing and suitable living environment for every Californian, including farmer workers, is a priority of the highest order. No preponderance of evidence has been presented that would suggest a legitimate safety concern for traffic and pedestrians. Therefore, it is a moot point. Furthermore, simply suggestion parking might spill over into ST Road lacks merit due to the lack of evidence. It's pure speculation. This project meets all state and local requirements and is a step in the right direction for the kind of denser, transit-adjacent housing we should have been building all along. Given that all these requirements have been met, what compelling reason could there be that trumps our responsibility to provide one of the most basic of human rights, that's safe shelter?
Thank you. Thank you.
Sharing that with us. And just to clarify, I don't think anyone is opposed to farm worker, low-income housing. It's just a question of how do we mitigate the fallout from the consequences because of the development. We have to figure a way to mitigate those. So thank you for sharing with us. Anyone else in CPAC that would like to say anything? If not, Jill, can we move along, please?
Kevin Costa.
In 1 second, Kevin, please. I brought somebody up ahead of you, so just
okay.
1 second. I'm not dissing you,
I
bro.
saw Kevin and kind of bailed on that, so I think. you
Okay. Kevin, please.
Kevin Kostoff, I'm a resident at 605 Lake Street, right off Asti Road. At least one comment to the last speaker. No one on Lake Street or on Asti Road right now is opposed to affordable housing. That's not what we're here for. We're basically trying to address the safety issues. We're trying to address the safety issues for the residents that are going to be living in that project down there. So there's going to be a lot of families there, a lot of kids, a lot of adults, a lot of women walking the streets because they have to get to their cars down to the train station. So it's basically, we're looking after the safety of those residents right now. What we're really fighting for is looking at the planning review. This was the whole thing about it, and it's all about the safety of it. So let me just say, once again, I come before the council to appeal the Planning Commission design review that was approved on January 11th for the apartments. I will state for the record that this is a seriously flawed design regarding safety. I understand that the developer, with the back end of the state law, can give a city viable options to build with affordable housing as their crutch. What is not clear to me is the constant feedback from the city council and the city officials that our hands are tied. I have heard it over and over. I met with a lot of you individually, and I keep hearing the same thing about our hands are tied. The last time I checked, all of you work for the residents of Cloverdale. We are your constituents. So I appeal to you to listen to the arguments, realize the flaws, and represent your constituents. As we stated, this project is in a TOD zone for Cloverdale. Not really sure how that ever became a TOD, but that's neither here or there. Meaning next to a near working transportation hub. Our train station has been dormant and will remain dormant for some time. As you have already heard, SMART will not be entering the Cloverdale market. Council member Bagby, who sits on the SMART board, who I feel should recuse herself, has stated that there is a lot of grant money with the approval of the Great Train Trail. That money has to be applied for and then granted. Is it going to be enough? And what kind of time frame are we looking for to adjust for the safety issues? And will Cloverdale actually get it? Remember, we are promised a train. We were promised a train years ago. We built a train station because we were going to get a train. With the state density bonus, the project will be granted no covered parking, and there will be off-street parking. The city and developers are relying on a train station to be their overflow parking lot for the project. How many of you are willing to walk a half a mile to your home? These people will have to walk a half a mile to their car, in the dark, without sidewalks. Which brings me back to the safety concerns of having 200-plus families moving onto a very busy Asti Road, with no variable lighting or sidewalks to get them to or from the train station. Families will be walking in bike lanes with no dividers between vehicles. I also understand that this comes down to finances. Maybe a smaller project needs to be considered. Before we move forward, maybe the city needs to be proactive and look at different measures to mitigate the safety concerns. Infrastructure improvements such as wider streets, lower speed with enforcement, sidewalks, lighting, or even a crosswalk located at the train station so families can cross from East Side Asti Road to the train station. But the developers have put the cart in front of the horse, and the city is not responding. Here is a chance for you to respond. Relook at the design. Hear what our lawyer, Ron Deering, and my neighbor, Richard St. Angela, have explained. Do not be bullied into state threats of lawsuits. I was already surprised by Councilman Joe Pala's response to my invitation to meet one-on-one. He said, unfortunately, I must decline your offer to meet tomorrow at 3. We were reminded by the city attorney that since this project will come before the city council on appeal soon, that council members need to be mindful of what we do or say in order to avoid any allegation of bias. So now council members can't or won't listen to their constituents. So much for democracy. One vote counts here, huh? I also went through so much of our county code and our enforcement code and our zoning codes. And a couple of the things that I found that just struck me kind of ironic. These are city goals for Cloverdale. Goal CE4 dash, promote transit service and use this to serve Cloverdale. We need to promote transit service. We need to get our train station up and running. That's not happening. But how are we going to promote it? Goal CDO-3-8, develop a plan for the area around passenger rail so that the station is incorporated into a mixed-use community. Well, now we're building a community, but we don't have the transit. Goal CE3-2 seeks to provide continuous sidewalks and pedestrian ways along all streets and to maintain sidewalks in good condition. You're about to put 200-plus families on a road that doesn't have sidewalks. Sounds safe. The city staff concludes that this project would be consistent with the goals and policy of the general plan. With no transit service, no infrastructure built into this proposal, I can't see how you can come to this decision. In conclusion, please bring the development back to the drawing board. Make it safe for all residents of Asti Road, make it safe for the new residents of Asti Road, and let's make it smart for Cloverdale. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. And I did let you go over. I know we talked about that prior to the meeting, and I didn't want to limit you to 3 minutes. So thank you. Okay. And Angela, we have a lot to research on a city level, and we will be doing that. Jill, I see 2 more hands out there. And Marta, I am aware of the time. We're timing it, but I do want to try and give everybody their fair share of speaking and not limit them to 3 minutes.
Understood.
So Vic is on.
Vic, would you please share with us?
It's quite unclear, but I've listened to everybody during this meeting and in fact in the last planning commission meeting as well. But overall, my sense is that I think both the city representatives and the developer and residents actually have worked really hard to address all of the key issues and to listen to each other's opinions and perspectives. It does seem as though, from my perspective, that each time one element of this of an issue is addressed, another one pops up, and another one, and another one. And tonight, it was good to hear and understand and acknowledge that people were complaining that the development was only about agricultural workers. Well, it is not. It is clearly designated for a certain percentage because that is where the funding is coming, but it's also intended for those who have more modest incomes. And for a community where a huge portion of our population is working in agriculture and working in service industries that drive the economy of Sonoma County and Cloverdale, that we need to do everything that we possibly can to accommodate that additional housing need. I've heard the developers talk about adding trees, different windows, fencing, crosswalks, street walks, crossing walks, sidewalks, a million different other things to address the issues that people have addressed. And I think, from my perspective, they've done a good job. I've also heard the city attorney address some of the issues that other people, community members, have mentioned that have negated those concerns, in implying that the developers are addressing and adhering to the law that is at hand. So as a Cloverdale resident, as someone who supports people in our community who are of modest income and who are driving our commodity, who work to get food on our table and who drive our economic engine, I am supportive of the development.
Thank you, Vic.
Yes, just state your name for the record, please.
My name is Mark Anthony Alvarez, Marcos Antonio Alvarez. And I've been a resident probably just for the last couple of years. But first off, thank you for giving me the time. Good evening. And bienvenidos a todos y buenas noches. So I just want to make sure that I cover all my aspects of both sides. So I'm here because I think we covered everything that it can be covered. And the reason I'm here is because I work in agriculture. I've worked in the last 22 years in agriculture. I am a vineyard supervisor. I've started from when I was 19, and I worked in the vineyards with my grandfather in Mexico. So when you guys are speaking that defines what's an agricultural worker, there's a lot of things. And I think everybody needs to understand that agricultural worker is not a choice. Sometimes it is a lifestyle. And they take it very seriously and they embrace it. It's a heritage. And I think a lot of people need to understand that they are here to provide just like anybody else. We're here to provide for our family. And they're here to provide for their family. And I think part of this plan needs to provide the safety of their family. And I think we've covered everything. I can beat this down like everybody else, but I'm not. Because there are things like we talked about, bus, how are these kids going to get to school every day? Is there a bus station or a bus location for these kids to get to school? Some of these agricultural workers, again, it is low income, correct? But some of these families and individuals have 2 jobs. They're not all in the day. They're at night. They have to have transportation at night. They have to have safety at night. They're babysitters. We are doing a share program because of COVID. And I think part of that was, I don't know if it was discussed, but we are still in a pandemic. And they are doing whatever they can to have share nannies. So their nannies are probably coming in at night. They sometimes don't have the transportation. Sometimes they have to come in the morning and take their kids. And we're not talking about one. And this is where you guys need to think about crosswalks is not about routes. It's about what's accessible and easy for a babysitter or a mother of 4 to walk their kids. Because again, they are low income, yes, but they do not have the transportation in some cases, and they're doing the best they can. So some of these also come in, like we talked about, that did you have enough parking? There are seasonal workers, families, they help. That's their bloodline. Nosotros tenemos que ayudar a nuestra familia, as I say. And now you guys have to consider that. Is it perfect? No. But they're here to try to provide for their families here, but also their families in Mexico. So like I said, there's transportation that you guys need to consider based off those kinds of things. Their kids, because their importance is, yes, housing and transportation, but when it comes down to it, it's about the safety of their families. Because I see it every day. I talk to them every day. And one thing I want to make sure before I end this is that you guys need to understand that la raza, or the family in the community out there in the field, sometimes they're not tech savvy. So one of the things that brought up is, how do you bring this to them? How do you get this information to them about low-income housing? Well, some of them are not tech savvy, so you got to need to think about maybe using a nonprofit organization like Nuestra Comunidad in Cloverdale to use them. They're a good resource. They can reach out to agriculture managers, companies on the field to promote this, because they don't have access to this kind of information. And it's not that they don't know how to do it, it's that they're afraid sometimes. They're not tech savvy. Okay, we're not all social geniuses here. Shoot, I'm not that great at it either. But one thing I am clear is, like, when they need help, I will help. So you need to think about that as well, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, there's 2 more public comments, and then we're going to go ahead and close the public comment section. So, Jill, if you can invite them, please.
Yeah, if you can just unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Garrett Broughton. I live in Cloverdale. I have a couple comments based on some of the previous I've heard, but one of them is, one of the previous gentlemen said that, the developers jumped through a lot of hoops, and we might want to say that they need to stop, but, it's okay that we're having these discussions, and it's okay to not have a pens down right now on the development. I mean, that's why we're having these discussions. A couple comments regarding that I'd like to make is, as far as I remember, that is a very dark area of road out there. And I didn't see anything in the plans. I could be wrong. I'd be happily wrong. But I didn't see any street lights out there at all for people crossing the road in the dark. That could be a real big problem. Another thing I didn't see, happily be proved wrong again, is any curb, gutter, and sidewalk on the development. Typically, it's the developer's job to put in the curb, gutter, and sidewalk, usually the length of their property. And especially with the number of people that are gonna be here, I think that's important. And I also have a question, and it is related to the parking and overflow onto Asti Road, which is Cloverdale right of way, by the way. Are there gonna be any deed restrictions or management restriction on the apartment in the occupancy per bedroom or occupancy of the units? Because that would be kind of give you an upper cap on probably the normal amount of parking. These are just items I would hope that the planning and city staff consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary.
Curb and gutter, Kevin, that is slated for that development.
Correct.
Yeah, from the south end to the north end, they will have curb and gutters and sidewalks. So, Jill? You can go ahead and unmute yourself and share with us.
Zeke Guzman.
Okay, I unmuted. Sorry, I was having difficulty here. I apologize. Thank you so much, City Council and staff, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Some of you know me. I've been very involved in the community in Cloverdale, especially during the food bank distributions. And if some of you were to go to the food bank distribution, you would see that we got between 180 to 240 families coming every Monday for food. The income disparity in the community doesn't allow for people to even provide for food. They struggle to pay the rent on a monthly basis. If the Good Shepherd Church and St. Vincent de Paul were not in the community, you'd have so many families homeless, entire families. And I thank God for the Good Shepherd Church and St. Vincent de Paul. Okay, in housing is such an issue, and you're right. All those people that have spoken, I don't see just Latinx and farm worker families lining up for food. It's seniors. It's all sorts of families. That should tell us that we have a problem. Okay, right now, currently, I'm working with the superintendent of schools and the principal to help stop high school students from dropping out of school because they want to go to work to help their parents pay the rent. It is hitting our children. Decent housing is not only a right, it's a foundation to good health, to a good education. And we need to bring those things into the picture as well. Infrastructure and all these things we can discuss. Let's go after funding. But the organization I represent, Latinos Unidos del Condado de Sonoma, we give out scholarships to low-income children. Okay, and that includes the children of Cloverdale, and we're involved throughout the county. And I'm heavily involved with the schools to prevent these children from dropping out of high school so they can pay rent. Let's think about that. Let's add the human component to this housing project. Okay, there's one thing that hasn't been discussed, and I hope the city does something about this, is that dilapidated, unlivable conditions in which people work that must be closed down once you bring in good housing. We need to identify those locations and stop landlords from abusing people, because it is happening and it's in the community. I want to thank you. I think, we need to bring this project and others to serve everybody that's low income. And I've seen them, and we've helped them. So please consider working out all these details that, all these questions that people have, and safety questions can be worked out. And, if we just come together and work on them together, we can resolve them. But let's put the human element behind this housing project. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last speaker, Jill, would be?
Tammy?
Yes, I'm here. Another question I have. Over the past probably 10 years, our community has been asked to limit our water use. Limit more, limit more, limit more. And on that note, then the rates went up because we weren't using the water and the city had to have enough money to pay their bills. So we're paying more for less. I don't know if our city has enough money to accommodate all these extra units, or what about sewage? I drive by that area probably 3 times a week. I've seen no expansion of our sewage system. And are the tenants in these units going to have regular water bills like us, or is that going to be subsidized also? And will the existing housing units have an increase in their rate for water and sewer because the new units are being subsidized? Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Kevin, would you like to, or David, would you just like to give an answer as far as our capacity for development?
Absolutely, Vice Mayor and members of council. In regards to capacity, the city has both sufficient water capacity as well as sufficient wastewater capacity at our wastewater treatment plant to serve the project. There is no current program to provide reduced utility bills for our utility or water or wastewater customers. So there is no planned subsidy at this point. We do have some programs to offset bills for customers who experience late payments, but otherwise there's no conditions or programs that would reduce the water bills for these customers. So they'll be just the project will be subject to the same bills that all other customers are required to pay. I believe in this case, since it's a multifamily development, there will be a master meter that would be paid by the complex rather than individual meters.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the dais for questions from our council members on anything or any statement you'd like to make at this point. And then I'm just going to run it by the city attorney to make sure that we've covered everything in this public hearing section. Council members?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to start if that's okay. So just a couple of comments, and I just want to start by saying we do represent the people of Cloverdale. That was correct. But that does not give the city council or the city the authority to violate state law. So let's be real clear on that. We don't create the laws. We have to follow them like everybody else. The city not responding, again, violating a state law puts us into litigation. Litigation means lawsuits. That's not a threat. I've been to court a lot in my life throughout my career. But losing, when you go into it knowing you're going to lose, or there's 99% chance you're going to lose, will cost the city millions of dollars to litigate, and nothing's gained. The project still moves forward. And I know there's case law that will address that. And I'll ask our city attorney, maybe they could address some of the cases or the potential if we were sued and lose. City goals are established. You're correct when you point those out. They were established in good faith. But the state came along after those goals were established and enacted laws that removed our ability to enforce them. So we sit here and say, yeah, you're right. But again, our hands are tied. And I'm going to ask our city attorney, so please weigh in when I get done here if I'm off base on this. But it's frustrating to be in a position where we're reactive to things that we have no control over. And taking them on, and I'd be the first to step up and say, first of all, I do support the very low income housing, so that's not the issue. But I do feel we need to have a plan to mitigate a lot of the safety concerns. I want to be real clear. But trying to put the project on hold when we can't have no legal basis to do that, is just going to set the city up to fail, and it's going to cost us millions of dollars. And that doesn't serve us as a community well. It's going to take money that we don't have that could go to other projects, like mitigate some of these problems, put it towards those rather than lose. I feel if this goes forward, which it looks like it, and I'm anxious to hear from our attorneys, but it looks like we're just looking at design review. We can't really look at the mitigation, though I feel we have, as a city, still have to deal with that. So we need to mitigate those safety issues. We need to make sure there's a traffic impact study done timely before this project's done. We need to make sure lighting is adequate, because it gets dark, and it gets dark early. It gets dark early in the winter. Kids are coming home from school, walking, it's dark at 4:30, 5 o'clock, and we need to have adequate lighting so people can safely navigate. We need to address the parking, we need to address the speed. Sidewalks need to go in. We need to have safe routes to school. There's no question about it. We're all on the same page, at least from my standpoint. So, I mean, it's with the project moving forward to address housing needs doesn't take away the need to address these. And if we can't mitigate this through the project legally, then the city's going to have to step up. We're going to have to work out a plan, because they need to be mitigated irregardless. So that's my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I would like to hear
Yes.
from the attorney. Thank you.
Jose, could you just make a statement on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that there is recent, I think, case law that we could point to, but also just, I think everything you mentioned regarding, especially also what we're looking at, right? We go back to if this was a different approval or a different type of approval, there's a lot more latitude, like when big developments come in, as far as subdivision, kind of where you would have at least final maps or tentative maps to put in different conditions. You are looking at the design of the project. And I know that it was mentioned, even the sidewalks, they are for their frontage. I believe that they're putting in sidewalks as well there. But we're looking at, again, we're looking at the scope of the zoning code and seeing what type of conditions are being able to be placed based on design. And I know, Alex, if you want to share maybe some case law, that at least recent case law regarding this topic.
There was recently a case from the California Court of Appeal. It's California Renters versus City of San Mateo, and it addressed the application of the Housing Accountability Act. And the city there had denied a project that met all of the city standards. In that case, I think the city wanted to impose an extra 10 feet setback, more than what the standards required, and the developer ended up suing them. The city lost, and the city, I'm not sure how much the city paid for its own attorneys, but they had to end up paying like around $400,000 to the developer for the developer's attorneys.
And if I may add, I mean, not every case is the same, and we understand that. And again, we understand everything you're saying, Councilmember Paula, and everything the residents are saying as well. And we understand that it's a big concern. It is difficult, and I know where we are just saying what the laws are that we're encountering and facing here. But you're right, Councilmember Paula, they are very difficult laws that were in place, but they were in place in order to deliver affordable housing. And that's why you see that, and that's a trend. That's not something new. That's a trend over the years. The law has changed. The state has made it so that it's making it so that these types of developments are really coming in by right and with little latitude for jurisdictions. But there were a lot of changes, and I know Kevin, I know he already spoke about it, but there were a lot of changes to a proposed project to what you see now that staff did go through with the developer in order to change things, in order to make it better for the city. So there was a lot of work done by staff.
Thank you. Councilmember Bagby, if you'd like to weigh in, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just want to, just up front, I want to state for the record that last week I did walk the property. I spoke by phone with the project neighbor, Kevin Kostoff, and I spoke by phone with Lauren Alexander, who is here tonight. I also reviewed the packet and the findings before us tonight. And I guess I'll start by saying the transit-oriented development zoning and update to our general plan and zoning ordinance it's been a while. It's been several years, but it was done by members of this community, and it's the result of extensive research and staff work, consultant recommendations, long series of public meetings, and extensive community input. And we need to remember that we as a community established this area as TOD and made that commitment. After reviewing the packet and the findings, I find that there are no grounds to overturn the decision of the Planning Commission or grant the appeal. The commission made the right call, and our staff and our legal team, they analyzed the multi-layered factors and produced very sound findings and recommendations for us. And I just want to thank them for all of their hard work tonight. Housing and transportation equity are desperately needed in Cloverdale. And Zeke brought up one of the things that we overlook and we may not want to face, and that is that, we have substandard housing in this community where people are living right now. And this project provides an affordable and viable alternative for so many of those families who are in substandard housing. Affordable housing is a game changer. And, all too often when cities have, zoned for it, objections have come up and it gets derailed. And that's, why we're here now. I would never say that our hands are tied. I want to emphasize that we as a community made this commitment. And, I would hope that we would keep it regardless of subsequently passed state law or not. I also, living in this neighborhood, I take the concerns of the neighbors very seriously regarding Asti Road. I was out there today. I rode my bike to a meeting at the cemetery. I rode my bike over to, when I walked the property last week. So I think that as a council, we really need to commit to changing Asti Road from a road to a street, because that's really what we're talking about. We had a vision several years ago as a community that eventually, when conditions were right, that much of it would go to transit-oriented development. Unfortunately, the way development works in our world is that oftentimes, those improvements happen later. And, Kevin said something to me on the phone, and I don't want to put words in his mouth. And I think I'm quoting him correctly, that he said, what it really comes down to is that we've seen other development in Cloverdale, and instead of, planning and responding, the Cloverdale, the council reacted once something happened. And I think that that's an absolutely valid concern and something that I hear loud and clear. So I think that tonight we should also give further staff direction and make a commitment to prioritizing this area for redevelopment. Asti Road, First Street, and Citrus Fair Boulevard are the gateways to downtown Cloverdale. They're the gateway to the River Park. This project is walking distance to the River Park. I was just at the cemetery this afternoon, which has tremendous potential, but it also has, tremendous issues that need to be addressed. We need to commit to working on these with our regional partners to come up with solutions. The fact is that communities that have done the work in developing a plan that's ready to go are going to be able to stack a lot of the grants and benefits that are right on the verge of becoming available. Right in the middle of this, we have, right on Asti Road is going to be a partial site for the Great Redwood Trail. We have an opportunity to partner with that new agency, as well as SMART, as well as our partners at Caltrans, as well as our partners in the county. We have the pedestrian bridge that's about to be installed on First Street, right, with walking distance from this project. So there's a tremendous amount of potential, and there's a tremendous amount of potential for us to stack benefits, stack grants, and do a really comprehensive planning project so that we are ready to go when an opportunity comes along. We just as an example or a couple of examples of some of the potential is that for the GRT, the cities of Ukiah and Healdsburg have already completed portions of the GRT that are within their city limits, which is really going to set them up to be a vibrant part of those trails. Recently, the town of Windsor has made a commitment to redeveloping the Old River Highway corridor, which has tremendous parallels with Asti Road. It's very similar. It's the former county road. So there are a lot of really good local examples for what we can do, but I think that we owe the future residents of Asti Road and the current residents that we are going to make a commitment to help this area really live up to its potential. So tonight, yeah, I am going to support the Planning Commission's decision. I think that they got it right.
Thank you, Councilmember Bagby. Councilmember Cruz, please.
Yes, I don't have much to add. I believe that the vision and the support and the standards that have been presented by Councilmember Bagby and our legal team are sufficient for me to support this project. I live next and around affordable housing. I have affordable housing to the south of my place, to the east of my place, and I have a school on the other side. I have the best neighbors that anybody could want because I have people who value and cherish a roof. And not just a roof, a nice, decent place to live. They don't have a basketball court in their court. They don't have a tennis court. They don't have a bocce court. But they walk 3 blocks to a park, to a public park of the city of Cloverdale. And they can walk to 2nd Street Park. And many of them walk to the River Park. And I've known of a team of women who walk all the way to our open space. So if you want to find a place to gather and to be in good, positive activities, you can find them. Just like you can find space for doing the things that are not so recommended for youth or even for adults. So I do commit, for the little time that I have left in council and as a resident of Cloverdale ongoing, I support to have improvements and to work on a plan to make the improvements to make Asti Road a street for the people of Cloverdale. I remember when I was a young, single, divorced mother with 2 children, I lived in an affordable housing place. And it was a dangerous place. It was next to a main boulevard. And it was, what did I have on the other side? An 8-lane highway. You know what? I am grateful that I had that opportunity, regardless of the dangers that people talked about, because I made sure that I had a decent place for my children and that I could continue to work towards improving my personal professional development. With housing, I was able to take care of my children, to feed them, and to be able to take public transportation. And I had to walk 3 blocks to get to a bus. And it was in Indiana, during winter, during spring, during rains, during heat, and in the fall. So Cloverdale is very small. We could walk anywhere. And I see children walking all the way from the high school to houses at the cottages, to houses by Ray's Market. So people walk. And if you have to walk, you walk, because there's no other choice. And we have worked with the county to improve the schedule for the buses. And we have to continue to do that. And we have to continue to request the services that are not present at this moment once we have our residents. We have to be advocates at all times, not only when something that we don't like comes to our neighborhood, or something we're not familiar with, or people we're not familiar with. I am committed to continue to work as an elected official and as a resident of Cloverdale to make sure we have a plan to get the improvements going. Regardless of the blanket policy of the state, this is a necessary policy. This is a necessary stand for the people who keep our economy going. The teachers, the secretaries, the janitors, the nurses, and youth who are working 2 and 3 jobs in different service centers in Cloverdale to be able to keep up a place to live. And yes, we need to address the substandard situation that we have been facing in Cloverdale and that I have seen time and time again. People in garages, people in dilapidated housing, people with conditions that are not appropriate for any human being. However, is anybody talking about it? No. People are talking about a development. And I support this project, and I move that we vote on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Cruz.
I'm just going to. Thank you, Councilmember Cruz. Thank you, Angela. I'd just like to say a few words. Then we're going to bring this back. After I make my comments, we're going to bring back to the dais for a motion on the resolution. And then I'm going to ask staff to let's start talking about what we're going to do to mitigate the situation that this development may bring. You know, one of our planning commissioners mentioned that this development is a little ahead of its time. It's a TOD project in a rural area. And, you know, it's going to be what it's going to be. I'm not against housing, low-income housing, any kind of housing, but I don't like the problems that this development is causing for the city. I just think it's absolutely despicable that the state would make us give this type of concessions to a development. I don't think it's right. I know we need the housing. I'm not in favor of 3-story buildings, and I'm not in favor of having it way over there out of the city. I think at some point, we as a city council need to revisit our TOD district, and I think we need to time that more with SMART coming up and doing something. And I think later on, I'm going to talk about what I would like to do, future agenda item or good of the cause, about getting SMART up here to walk their property with us and make some type of a commitment to what they're doing to that vacant building that has trash sitting in that fence. It's time they got up here and cleaned up their part. And it's time that, and it's okay, and it's time that they started doing something on the west side of their property with curbs and sidewalks. With that being said, council members, there's a motion, a resolution. If you'd like to, somebody would like to make that first reading.
Well, I'd just like to make one comment first. I don't want to drag this on, but I do want to say I support the low to moderate, low, very low income housing. That is just not the issue. But I've been personally, in my career in law enforcement, saw many major injury accidents. I've seen many fatalities, a lot of them involving bicyclists, a lot of them involving pedestrians. So I do take it serious when it comes to pedestrian safety. This is not something that I want to see anybody hurt. And so this is a serious issue. And I recognize we need to move this forward because it's needed. But I also recognize, since we can't put those conditions on this particular development, doesn't relieve us as a city to make those improvements. So I think, I really think one of the conditions we're going to do is direct our staff. We're going to have to put this on a subcommittee to come up with a plan and a funding mechanism to make those improvements, going down a parallel path with this project. So when it is built, we have the basic safety features in place, because children will be going to school. They're going to go down to the parks, as Councilmember Cruz pointed out. They're going to walk those 3 or 4 or 5 blocks, but they need to do it safely. And when it's dark at 5 o'clock, we need lights so they can walk home. 5 o'clock's not late in the scheme of things, but it's dark. We don't want them walking on those roads without lights and sidewalks. So it's an important issue, and so I just want to make that statement because I feel strongly about that. Safety is paramount here. Thank you. Now,
thank you, Councilmember Paula. David, I'm going to ask you, I think we should go ahead and take the vote on this particular item and then address some mitigations that we're planning, if you're ready to do that, or if you think that's too premature. But I just want the public to know that we are doing something to look at mitigating those.
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'd really recommend that we do assign this tonight to a Public Works or to the admin, police, whatever, to a subcommittee to really put together a plan. This is going to move fast. We need to be moving equally as fast. We need to find funding to make some improvements. Safe Route to School funding is out there. We need to really start making sure we know what we need and put our justifications together. We need to get the funding in place. It's going to take time, but I believe it's doable, but we got to take it serious and we got to move forward in a fast way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Paula. Staff, are you okay with that? I know there was a presentation that you were ready to make.
But Vice Mayor, members of council, staff is prepared and ready to make a presentation that we worked on to address the issue of traffic safety, and particularly planning for the future development and improvement of Asti Road. We do think it would be valuable to review that at the subcommittee level to be able to garner public input from the council members on the subcommittee prior to bringing it forward, rather than presenting it kind of cold this evening. So I think there's real value in assigning it to a subcommittee.
Okay.
So we can vet further. I know there's been long deliberations tonight. Did want to note that there has been some comment tonight relative to the design of the project and maybe the operation of the project, and just wanted to note to council that there was some discussion about the layout of the waste management facilities on the site. There was also a comment relative to the lighting on the development facility, or on the project, as well as concerns voiced regarding the improvements for the landscaping, specifically the frontage trees. And I think if council is so inclined to support the resolution in your packet denying the appeal and approving planning commission, you do have the opportunity to add some additional conditions of approval if you so desire to address those specific conditions. And if so, I would recommend you add a condition that the applicants submit a waste management plan that addresses the management, timing, and frequency of waste management services. In addition, include a condition requiring the submittal of a landscape improvement plan that provides for the appropriate planting of the frontage trees. And then last but not least, a lighting plan, again, in accordance with the design. I think those all fit within the design to ensure that the layout of the project addresses some of the concerns that were expressed just about the design of the project this evening.
Thank you. With that being said, there's a resolution. If anybody would like to offer that, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to recommend the resolution by title only with the amendment suggested by the city manager.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Jill, may we have a roll call? Please.
Certainly. Resolution of the city of, sorry, go ahead, Gus.
Please read the resolution. Can you please read the resolution?
Oh, thanks, Gus. Sorry.
Go ahead, Melanie.
Thanks. I think my internet just, that was on my side. Sorry. Resolution of the City of Cloverdale City Council denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's approval of a design review, lot line adjustment, and plot plan review for the Alexander Valley Apartments project and related site improvements located at 400 Asti Road. APN 001-211-018, and again, as amended with the suggestions from the city manager.
And that was seconded, Jill, by Councilmember Paula. Can we have a roll call, please?
Thank you. Councilmember Bagby? Aye. Councilmember Paula?
Aye.
Councilmember Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Lands has abstained, and Vice Mayor Walter?
You know, is it supposed to be an aye vote? Appeal the Planning Commission design review. Well, I'm having a little problem with this for some reason.
And Vice Mayor, maybe I could help. The resolution, if adopted, does deny the appeal.
Oh, okay.
And that's what's been offered.
All right. Then I'm going to vote no. Okay. So can we talk about the subcommittee that's going to receive this assignment of mitigating some of the issues that are going to be in front of us? Should that be Public Works? Should that be?
Vice Mayor, I'd recommend council discuss what they perceive as the appropriate subcommittee to address the public infrastructure needs for Asti Road. It seems like they could fit in either or both the.
Should that be Public Works? Should that be?
Vice Mayor, I'd recommend council discuss what they perceive as a significant project. There are various elements to it that you may want to actually assign components of that review to the Planning and Sustainability Subcommittee and portions of it to Public Works. But we really leave it to you as to where that best fits in terms of reviewing a plan for the future improvement of Asti Road.
And City Attorney is Mayor Lance. Welcome back on the dais to discuss the improvements of Asti Road and First Street.
Yes, as far as the improvements, which is not, again, not the appeal. The appeal, you already voted on the appeal. As far as what happens in that area, yes, that he definitely could come back in.
Okay.
Well, and Mr. Vice Mayor, can we just take a short break?
Sure.
Maybe.
Let's do 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Okay, so
Let's do 10-10. If you're ready to come back, Councilmember Bagby, Councilmember Cruz.
Recording in progress.
Councilmember Bagby, are you with us? And Councilmember Cruz? Thank you, Marta. Thank you, Marta. Marta, I'd like to talk to you about an opportunity at some point. Maybe we could hook up by phone. Okay? Can I give you a call tomorrow with you about this housing development and how maybe we can get some Cloverdale residents housed in that facility, in those new apartments?
policy with the League of Cities until noon. So it has to be after 1 o'clock. Yes.
You just give me a call when you're ready. The next couple of days, we can just, I've got a couple of ideas.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, at this point, we're reconvening the meeting, and I'm turning the meeting back over to Mayor Lance, who has rejoined us on the dais. Thank you.
So I guess I will ask, where are we, or should we just move on to the next item? Are we okay to move to the next item, or is there something?
I think we're going to talk about signing some of the mitigation.
The traffic mitigation plan to a subcommittee to work with staff to come up with a plan sooner than later, and then to look how we're going to fund that plan.
Okay.
So
should that, David, should that start at a subcommittee, or should it actually just come straight here to the council?
Mayor, great question. And I mean, maybe it'd be best if we initially bring it back to council with an overview of the plan, and then council can decide if there are, if you want to assign it to one subcommittee, or if there are elements that should be tackled or may be tackled by multiple subcommittees. For example, I think you'll see one of the options that will be presented by staff is a complete streets plan for the Oste Road segment. That's a topic of discussion that's been taken up by Planning and Sustainability Subcommittee. But one other element that the staff wants to bring forward as part of this conversation is discussion about the Crocker Bridge First Street pedestrian crossing. That's been a project that's been reviewed and discussed by the Public Works Subcommittee. So there's these different elements that involve various multiple subcommittees. So we really want to give council a kind of at least staff's view of a comprehensive assessment of the issue and some solutions, and I think that would provide the council the opportunity to kind of assign it to the appropriate subcommittee or multiple subcommittees depending on the particular sub-segments of the project.
Thank you, David. The only thing I would like to add is when we bring this back, that we bring maybe some type of cost analysis with the basics that we know we have to have, right, and where that funding might come from, whether it be general fund, capital improvements, grants, whatever, just some options so that we have some talking points maybe.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to see it with a phased approach. Obviously, I would love to do the whole thing day one, but prioritize the most important and break it down by cost estimate, and but a schematic of the whole plan, what it would look like. And that gives us an opportunity to look for grant funding, as well as try to get that safe route to school money, because that's one of the key areas. And I would like it to include the schematic, both sidewalks and bicycle lanes, and designate how the parking would look along Asti.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, just
Councilmember Bagby, I see your hand up.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think it's really important that we take this opportunity to maybe accelerate or elevate our Complete Streets program, which, as I brought up earlier, it's actually an essential part of getting Caltrans funding for any projects that they actually are requiring a Complete Streets program now from communities. So that kind of needs to be elevated. The other opportunity is that that rail track will be part of the Great Redwood Trail, and there are planning dollars available for that. There will be shortly planning dollars available for that. And coming up with a good plan and being ready is absolutely essential. So yeah, I'd like to see us prioritize that with, especially with those two things in mind.
Councilmember, just give me 1 second. I can ask Jose, are we okay to be discussing this right now where we are?
The item or something along those lines. I just want to make sure that we're safe with what we're doing.
No, thank you for asking, Mayor. And I think as far as the conversation that's happening now, it's fine because it is on the agenda. You see, the agenda does ask for direction for staff to come back. So this is proper conversation.
If at any time it gets steered too far, please just wave at me and
absolutely
stop us. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Cruz, please go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that it is not discussed now, that it's agendized in the future. And I do agree that we need to have our own plan and talk to our regional partners, especially now that the First Street Bridge is going to be installed in the near future. It needs to be part of this bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Good. Last chance. Good.
New business? Anything?
Mayor, no new business items on the agenda this evening.
Perfect. All right, subcommittee items, finance, admin, and police.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had a meeting on Monday, whatever date that was. Actually, it was February 7th. February 7th, we had our meeting, and the big thing that came out of that meeting was a presentation by Aaron Gore in reference to the excise tax rate that the city is charging the cannabis industry. And staff will be bringing back an agenda item, hopefully the first week in, the first meeting in March, to give us some alternatives. But apparently Cloverdale is one of the highest charges in the county, and they can use a little assistance. We also spent a good deal of time with staff bringing Mayor Lance and myself up to speed on the items that have been the hot buttons on this committee. So that's about it. The next meeting is March the 7th at 1:30.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and sustainability.
Yes, we are meeting February 15th at 1:30.
Thank you. Public Works.
Public Works, the next meeting is February 22nd at 1:30.
Thank you. Joint City Cloverdale Fire District.
Mayor, if I can, just on that item.
We just received the rescheduling by the fire department. So we will have a new date coming up.
Thank you. Joint City School. We had a meeting last week. We discussed the cooperative agreement between the city and the school district. We are going to have a meeting to update it since it is a couple of years old at this point. And that was the main item on that one. We also discussed the sewer drain pipe or water drain pipe that we are putting in, and the relationship we're going to have with Times Square and the school and Alexander Valley Healthcare together. Our next meeting is scheduled for March 21st at this point, but that is going to be changed because that is in the middle of their spring break. And so they will not be there, so that meeting will not happen. We'll change the date on it. Homelessness Community Advisory Group. We had a meeting yesterday, I believe it was, and there wasn't much changed in it. The lieutenant from the police department had numbers for contacts. There are approximately 100 contacts over the past month with homeless individuals in town. And one of the hot items that came out of it is one of our local homeless that has been with us for my entire life was missing. And so people put it out to social media and found her doing very well in Santa Rosa, so it's good to hear. Next meeting is scheduled for March 8th at 1:30. All right, council reports. Already, anything other than what was written? Thank you. Informational reports.
No informational reports, Mayor.
Legislative reports, letters of support or opposition.
No legislative reports.
City manager report.
None, Mayor.
City attorney report.
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Thank you, guys.
One city manager report. There was some interest in allowing the planning commissioners to receive some training, and there's a League of Cities commissioner training coming up in March. 2 commissioners have expressed interest, so if you're okay with it, I'd like to put a small budget amendment on the next council meeting to put a little more funding in that fund. So it's a 2-night. The registration is $650, and it is a 2-night stay in a hotel. So I'll come up with an estimate.
Is it
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I think the training's critical. I think we expect a lot out of our staff and our commissioners, and they need to understand. So I certainly support that.
And seeing the heads nod on the screen in front of me, I think that we have consensus at this point. Thank you. All right, status update on current impacts to water supply.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to note there's a memo in your packet. This was jointly prepared by the city staff as well as our consulting engineering firm, as our interim city engineer, West Yost Associates, that's been tracking this effort to develop a volunteer water conservation agreement. It's a response to the ongoing drought. It's kind of an alternative program to curtailment. The Public Works Subcommittee received a presentation update regarding this process, and the direction was to provide the council with a copy of the agenda. There were some updates to the memo that were based on the most recent meetings of the Russian River Drought Response Steering Committee, and that's what's reflected in your packet. We wanted to, there's really a lot to digest there, and what our goal, our objective, I should say, with this memo was to ensure council was provided information on the process to date, with the understanding that we're going to bring this back for future council discussion on whether council would like to participate in this process. It is a voluntary process, and kind of what the pros and cons associated with this planning effort relative to a curtailment order, assuming that we might or we're likely to continue to be and experience drought conditions going forward. So really the objective tonight wasn't to cover this in detail, but was just to provide this as information, and the council is encouraged to review the video for the Public Works Subcommittee where this was discussed, because it was there was a PowerPoint presentation that accompanied the report, and really we just want to provide some preliminary information and bring it forward on the agenda in case council wanted to had any preliminary questions at this time. But we are going to bring this back. Probably, it looks like we'll be bringing this back in early April for further direction by council.
Thank you, David. Next is a status update on current emergency.
The only update that we've heard from the health officer is that they're going to let the current mask order, basically, they're not going to continue it, so it will no longer be in effect. And that's really the only news that we have relative to the current COVID emergency.
Thank you, sir. Council direction on future agenda items. Councilmember Cruz, I see your hand. Please go ahead.
Yes, it's related to the Planning Commission. I believe that we need to revise some of the requirements to be in the Planning Commission, especially that of attending appropriate training. If people are not willing to be, I mean, something to discuss, not willing to attend training, I think we're doing a disservice to the city, and something to discuss. The other thing that we need to remember is that we still have an opening of alternate at the Planning Commission because the person who was appointed resigned the same night that she was appointed. One concern, and everybody's engaged in safety, we need to start thinking about what's going to be done in the river park. I was there on Sunday, and it doesn't have a gate, and 4x4s were going by like if you were a race park. So I would like to see if we can discuss something about this, perhaps maybe go to the Public Works, I don't know, admin and police, on how to address this situation, not only in the river park, but in other areas of open space and community parks.
Just a quick comment on your planning commission. We're working on filling that spot as we speak. And Kevin and I have already been in talks about getting it out there. Councilmember Bagby, please go ahead.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to confirm what Councilmember Cruz observed when I was out at the meeting at the cemetery today. There were clear track marks that Hector was pointing out on the hillside. They had obviously, well, if they were on a 4x4, I guess they could have gone up those steep hills, but there were tracks on the hillsides, breaking the trails that are, they're perpendicular to the trails that already exist up there. And so, that's definitely a point of concern. They could certainly, damage those historic markers, and it's absolutely inappropriate behavior for the cemetery. So, clearly we probably should have staff come up with some recommendations so that we can address that. As somebody who bikes out there and walks out there all the time, on the River Park Trail, motorized vehicles aren't allowed except for official vehicles. And so, that's definitely an enforcement issue that we need to take up. So if we need to, take some steps to address that in both of those locations, it's something that we need to talk about in the future.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilmember Bagby, I apologize ahead of time for not running this through you, but I would like to see under the mayor's signature a letter sent to the chair and the executive director of SMART, inviting them to come up to Cloverdale and meet with city staff, meet with Councilmember Bagby and myself to discuss the property that they own up here. We wanted to
working on it, guys.
Well, from what I understand, though,
I would just like this to be with the city of Cloverdale, not James Gore, not the city of Hillsburg. I want to talk about what they're going to be doing for Cloverdale. Can we use that facility, some of it for a dog park? Are they going to do improvements on their Asti Road property that runs on the east side? I mean, let's face it, we've been paying into this fund forever, and there's not a dime that's been spent in Cloverdale.
Well, that's partially, as you're aware, the property only became the jurisdiction of SMART this past summer. So they actually didn't have any power. So as far as a future agenda item or direction to staff, that meeting is already underway. And the reason it does include Gore and, really needs to include county staff, really needs to hopefully include, Caltrans, is that there are so many interjurisdictional meetings at that location. So I'm absolutely, in favor of, sending a letter and saying, we want a one-on-one, but we also need to realize that if there's a multi-jurisdictional intersection all along the track, all the way along Asti, all the way down to the train station. So it's not just hey, what are we going to get from SMART today? That's not the issue. It's really how do we partner with these agencies with the multiple opportunities and ability to stack, grants and work together. So I think it's actually important that when we go and we're looking at these locations, we need to look at all of the players in those locations when we start working with them.
Well, thank you, and that would be a good meeting to have. I still would like to have them up here because, hey, what's in it for us is absolutely right. That's exactly what I'm thinking. That blue building that's sitting there was laden with graffiti. We had to call them to get up here and fix it. They never come up to Cloverdale and do a damn thing. And
That's okay. So I can give a report out on the.
This isn't the point to sit here and argue.
yeah, Melanie, I just want to
Schedule a meeting. It sounds like Melanie's on it, and I appreciate that.
I'd like to, let me have the floor.
And I can give you a report out. You know, and also, Gus, I don't think we should be selling ourselves short. Yeah, we need to work with SMART to get our fair share, but we have a lot to offer too. Cloverdale has a lot to offer. It's not a one-way relationship. We have a lot to offer them.
Yeah, and okay, can I talk now?
Go.
Can I talk? I'd like to see if we can get council approval to send a letter to the executive director and the current chair to have a meeting in Cloverdale to discuss issues about Cloverdale. And that's the support I would like. And I understand that there's a meeting coming, and that's fine. But I would like to chat with them one-on-one, what's going on in Cloverdale.
Well, I can give you a little update if you're interested.
I don't want that update from you, Councilman Back.
I want it from the executive director. I'd like to extend an invitation for him to come to Cloverdale. Can I get support of that, council members?
You got my support, that's fine. I don't see any harm, any downside to it.
Just inviting him up here.
I would support that as well. Councilmember Cruz.
You can talk guy to guy.
Councilmember Cruz, I see your hand up.
Yes, I would like to know if it's to invite the board or the board chair. Because you know, it's a common group. It's not just one person. And also, I want to say that I am happy to say that Zero Waste is always in Cloverdale. Of course, they don't have a train, but you know, we have 1383.
Any other future agenda items? Seeing none. Well, meeting is adjourned at 10:33.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I just